A dirter.
June.
Ontogeny. Dirter.
Hello. Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about the most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet, the dinosaurs. But today, in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature, at less than 2 meters tall. It is the paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology, we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
The same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human facebone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch. Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? Holy cow. Happy Friday, one and all. I'm glad you're back, and happy International Whale Shark Day today. How did you too, Cactus Jack, and thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. To anybody who might be here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So normally, that entails talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about dinosaurs in particular, since that's what I work on. But given that it is International Whale Shark Day today, we're going to be talking a lot about whale sharks and about other filter-feeding vertebrate creatures in general. We'll talk about kind of the evolutionary history of filter feeding as an ecological strategy through a bunch of different vertebrate animals that all evolved independently, this ability to filter nutrients out of the water and make their living that way. In much the same way that I filter out subscriptions and bits and, well, all kinds of stuff like that here on Twitch to make my living. This is my full-time job. As a dinosaur paleontologist, jobs are kind of scarce. I've been tremendously lucky in my ability to be able to make a living here on Twitch, doing science outreach full-time. This is how I fund my research and my fieldwork. Many of you were here this summer when we were out in the field digging up dinosaurs and streaming it. Anyway, it's such a privilege to be able to do this, and I'm excited to go in a slightly different direction today for International Whale Shark Day. Yeah, anywho. Well, what do we have here, Rachidactylus? A sub from Bette Midler.
I'm going to believe this, but I'm turning into
What? What, Bette Midler?
a dinosaur.
Holy cow. 25 months. Thank you for keeping me online for that long. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. And could it be? Is that Spencer there? Hey, Mouse. How are you doing, Spencer? Welcome, if that's you. The what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. The what? The who? One more time? Again? Niffler, thank you for the 12 months. And just one more time, the what? You gotta repeat that.
Once again, I can't begin to thank you for all the work you put into making paleontology both interesting for all levels of knowledge and into making it so easily accessible for people who would not have access otherwise.
Niffler, thank you for saying that. Thank you for helping make that possible with your ongoing support. It means a great deal to me. Thank you, Niffler. I appreciate your kind words. I don't know what to say. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for helping support the broadcast, put food on my table. I appreciate that very much. Anywho, yeah. Spencer, that's gotta be you, Spencer, right? How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot, let me know that it's you so I can give you a shout out to your YouTube. And anywho is terrifyingly Midwest. Luch Lauch. Well, you're 1,000,000% correct because, of course, I'm streaming to you from the heart of the Midwest, the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, along the Midwest coast. I am just a Midwesterner, through and through. You got me right there, old guy. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I've spent a little bit of time in the Midwest, but I've never actually lived there, nor am I from there. I was born and raised here in California. But it's good to have you here, Luch Lausch. And yes, it is, Spencer. Doing good. I'm glad to hear it, Spencer. Yeah. If anybody...
Third, it may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards
Thank you,
supporting
Dinosaur
science
Dave.
outreach here on Twitch.
I
Did you
appreciate
hear
the
new
support.
Jurassic World movie announcement?
I
They
did,
mention
yeah.
Aquatic dinosaurs, and while they don't show marine
Yeah,
reptiles, I'll bet you $100 that's what they're referencing. Oh, how far they have
Yeah.
fallen.
They can't seem to get anything right, can they? We'll see. Thank you for the 500 bits, Dinosaur Dave. I do really appreciate that. Here, let's try and find one of the videos that Spencer was in. And Miss Caprical, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. We've got a hype train going. Beautiful. We haven't even gotten started yet with the stream. We're going to be talking all about whale sharks, about filter feeding vertebrates, and why they're important.
Started here 3 days ago. Yeah.
There we go. There's Spencer right there.
Just beginning.
Spencer, who's here in the chat now?
Are some
Spencer with two S's.
backbones.
An S instead of the C, you know?
Skull. We've got a really nice skull bone over here. The dennary lower jawbone.
Yeah, and there's Luke in the back there in the blue. But yeah. Whale sharks are so cool, Joey Clev. Absolutely. Yeah.
Very nice. Oh yeah, beautiful. You can see the tooth rows. I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, nice. So here's the tooth sockets.
I think it actually turned out to be a maxilla This one here?
Yeah. See how this is... Color is not always a good indicator, but you can see how the bone is a different color from the surrounding rock. And then you've got this lichen on there, too.
And Rhacodactylus, I am inclined to agree with your assessment there. Yeah.
After this thing was
And I'm glad you're here, Riothallium. I'm glad you've got some time to hang out.
real dinosaur bone there.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah. And the diagonal, exactly right. Yeah, Denery gets its name from the teeth it holds.
Let me
You
scoot
betcha.
forward a little bit.
Yeah, so this continues into here. This is really...
We're going to say that You Betcha is also decidedly Midwestern.
Which is a nice hint that maybe we've got more of a skull in here, too. And the skull is by far the most informative, scientifically
Scrubbing
important,
through,
and
trying to
also
find... Oh, hello,
exciting
Mini Pie. How are you
set
doing?
of bones in a given...
Here.
Good. All good.
Yeah.
Mini Pie. Shaking with you. Sorry, we're all kinds of distracted today. Mini Pie, how are things? Hello, hello. Oh, sure, you betcha. Very Midwestern, don't you know, says DM Wing. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, Mini Pie. Let's see how long it takes Lordy to realize that I stole her strainers for today. As we're talking about filter feeding. But anyway, everybody, this is Mini Pie. Let's get our cat cam fired up here. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, Minnie. Let's brush you a little bit, then we'll get you some treats. Balint says, that's really clever. I appreciate your charitability there, Balint. I had to find a way to kind of fill in our background for the day. Because the printer ran out of ink. It's one of those, I don't know. It's a brother printer. It's supposed to be one of the least, like, predatory of printers. But unfortunately, if any of the 3 color toner cartridges run out, it also won't let you print in black and white, which is a scam, you know. So anyway, I had to reorder black, magenta, cyan, and yellow in order to just be able to print in black and white again. And so I wasn't able to print some additional whale shark things. I was barely able to print that one, and then the printer's like, no more. You must pay bribe. Must pay bribe to printer company. Or no, maybe it was like it's a pretty nice print job you got there. You know, be a shame if something happened to it. You know, maybe that's more the speed. Anywho. That's why I've got strainers up on the wall today, because I couldn't print anything more pertinent to whale sharks except for that one picture. Anyway, Charlie's Dragon says, that's the reason I don't have a printer. I gave up on my last one? Yeah, fair. Oh, and very cool, Corsi. Biomechanics of acanthodes filter feeding for animation purposes. Very, very cool. Yeah, talking about filter feeding today. Excellent. And Zaz says, I recently learned that you want to look for a custom firmware for your printer and then get a refillable cartridge. I could, but I think that might literally brick the network printer that I have right here. I saw some forum posts about that, and people are like, do not try that for this particular kind of printer, because it'll just completely disable it. Anyway, Ariathalium says, my niece says hello. She is 9, and she likes Mini Pie. Oh, we all like Mini Pie here. Mini Pie's wonderful. But, hello, niece. I don't know your name, but I'm glad you're here. We're going to have a fun stream today. We're going to be talking about whale sharks. I'm all kinds of distracted today again, but let me find you, some footage of some whale sharks. There we go. While I'm gathering a treat for Mini Pie. Or several treats. And Raleigh, she wants me to tell you. Well, thank you, Raleigh, for telling me your name. It's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions. Before I get further distracted, let's get Mini Pie some treats here, shall we? Oh, yeah. Here we go. What? Hey. There we are. Yeah, good stuff. There we go. Yeah. Wait, Danny, isn't every stream fun? No, most of the time we have very morose, serious streams. They're just a slog, you know? I'm totally kidding. I like to think that most of the streams here are fun, but I'm willing to be, to hear other perspectives. Yeah. And Darth Jacoby says, I went to high school in Atlanta. Being able to see the whale sharks at the Georgia Aquarium so often was absolutely amazing. They are just so majestic. They are, and those are the same ones right here. This is in the, I think, Ocean Voyagers exhibit at the Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta. Pretty cool. They've got 4 whale sharks there. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Salamander, I like that idea. Yeah, let's hope the Jurassic World announcement is factually correct, and they're talking about Hesperornithids. Oh, boy. Yeah. Mini Pie, look, you got more treats. Look, there's another one. You gonna eat it, or no? You know, if you don't eat that, Sweetie Pie isn't gonna want to eat it either. And the Spy says, is it true that the Georgia Aquarium is the only one that has whale sharks? It's the only one in the Western Hemisphere. There are multiple other aquariums in China and in Japan that have whale sharks. But the Georgia Aquarium is the only one in the Western Hemisphere, as far as I know. Anyhow. But yeah. Happy International Whale Shark Day, everybody. Again, before I get further distracted, we were going to give Spencer a shout out here. I believe it was somewhere in this VOD. He mentions his YouTube page. Spencer, I don't know if you're still watching, but I want to make sure that you turn people on to your channel there.
Luke and Spencer. Let's bug them for a minute. Yeah, annoying one. Favorite dinosaur?
The time of the year and whatever. Favorite dinosaurs and why?
There's Luke there.
I jump all over the place with that question, depending on the time of the year and what I'm into at the moment. I was just telling Spencer, I've recently been really into these. They're kind of obscure. They're from China, from the Jurassic. They're called Scansoriopterigids, I think.
Yeah, they're
Right?
super weird.
Yeah, they're
E.G.
they're very bizarre.
Incredibly weird animal.
They have these like bat wings almost with like a membrane rather.
So yeah, critters like E.G. here. There we go. Incredibly weird animals. They are super bizarre. And Mini Pie keeps hitting me in the face with her tail. Mini Pie, watch out. Stop it. Strange animals. Scansoriopterigids. Yeah. That's what Luke's talking about there.
And feathers and everything. They're weird. They've got like rat teeth.
Rodent-like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just
Incisors.
it's really just interesting because it shows that flight of the evolution of flight occurred at least twice in dinosaurs, which a
In
lot of
birds first, and then in these guys. I think.
which a lot of people aren't aware of.
Incredibly strange animals.
Yeah.
Also the shortest genus and species name of any dinosaur. But yeah, it's incredibly weird animal. We've talked about it a bunch of times on my channel before.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if there's a general consensus, 100% sure that they had powered flight, but it certainly looks like they did.
Right. Yeah, they might have just been gliding around.
Yeah, which is so weird because we used to think flight only evolved 4 times in the history of life on Earth. First insects, then pterosaurs, then birds, then bats.
It's just like Damlin
in
was saying,
between, birds and bats may have been the Scansoriopterid dinosaurs, like Ichi. So yeah, it's a good answer. I was not expecting that. Yeah. Not. I mean, I was expecting a good answer. I was not expecting
I'm
that.
Sam Neill from Jurassic Park.
Jimmy Jazz.
Protect our fossils because
Okay.
if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you for the follow. I think I might have a song. Oh goodness. Give me just a second here. We're gonna continue with our theme of being super distractible today before we get to our whale sharks. Give me just a second here. And
Let's protect our fossils because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
just a second here. I thought we had a cover of that Clash song here. Jimmy Jazz. I guess we don't. Shoot. Apologies. Let's do another Clash song though, if we've got one. I don't know if we did. Anyway, let's do this instead. Do we think flight only evolved in insects once? Yes, DMWing. That I think is the general consensus, is that all volant insects, all flying insects, share a common ancestor. And Darth Jacoby, holy cow! Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to Paleontologizing. That's a recurring sub right there, and I really appreciate it. It's recurring subscribers like you that make these streams possible, so thank you very much for that. Welcome. It's great to have you here. That's also the name of a cafe or bar in Britain. Oh, interesting, Jimmy Jazz. Okay, is that where the Clash song comes from? Anywho.
That answer here. Yeah. Spencer, how about you? Favorite dinosaurs?
That's a less good answer.
Yeah?
So I have a childhood favorite, it's T-Rex, just because Jurassic Park got me into all dinosaurs and all that.
We know a lot about T-Rex, so it's not a bad answer.
I love T-Rex, but my other favorite is Torvosaurus.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was a cool story because I was at you ever been to the Denver Fossil and Mineral Show?
No, I haven't. Yeah.
There was a guy there who.
Anyway, this is Spencer,
Torvosaurus
who showed up in chat a little while ago.
Yeah.
wow.
I was
Cast.
wow, this is really
Gotcha.
cool. Yeah, Cast.
Nice.
Cast. Yeah, no way.
Cast is a replica, molded and cast replica.
And I was like, wow, this is really cool. And
Misargos is Lol Burzum. No, Spencer. His
They
name's
are really
Spencer.
I got to talk to you about this, but I've got a potential project on Torvosaurus.
Oh.
I want to talk to Matt Lamana about it when he gets here, but yeah.
That's awesome.
We'll see if it goes anywhere. It's a hunch that, and it might upset a lot of people. I'll tell you. I'll tell you later. Yeah. But yeah.
Anyway, there's Spencer right there.
Thanks, Spencer. Luke, appreciate it. Yeah. Try not to interrupt them too much because while I'm yammering on here, they've got to do the actual work, and we got to get this site done pretty soon. So, yeah.
Misarko, welcome to Paleontologizing, and yeah, you're right. Welcome. And Mayor Space says we should start asking people for their favorite therapsid. We're bound to get some interesting answers. Yeah, a lot of what's a therapsid? I don't know, you might make it a grade rather than a clade and say what's your favorite non-mammalian therapsid? Because my favorite therapsids are probably, I don't know, some of the people that I know. You know? Gregory says, my 7-year-old announced that Ornithomimus is her favorite dinosaur yesterday, if you can believe it. It's a very cool critter. Does she know that it had feathers? There's a lovely fossil from Alberta. Shows filamentous feathers on Ornithomimus. So this dinosaur would have looked even more like an ostrich than we'd previously imagined. These were fully feathered animals. Pretty cool to think about. Yeah, I believe she does. Awesome. Cool. Yeah. And I know, Miss Sarko, I know. I was making a joke. Anyway. Yeah. Pimpcat says office looks different. Well, it had better look different today. Because it happens to be International Whale Shark Day. So actually, to that end, there we go. How's that? Happy International Whale Shark Day, everybody. Let's go ahead and get into it. I saw from some people's comments in the chat right before we went live that some people are not familiar with whale sharks. So let's talk about these critters just a little bit. And we'll start off with, I don't know, I'll click a random video here from today about International Whale Shark Day. Check this out. There we go. The whale shark, genus Rincodon typus, I believe is the full genus and species name. It is the world's largest non-tetrapod fish. It usually gets called the largest fish in the world, which is true in a manner of speaking. Whales are bigger. We'll talk later about how whales technically are fish, as all tetrapod animals are. But these are some pretty incredible critters.
This is why you need to care about whale sharks. They're the largest fish in the world and in trouble. International Whale Shark Day is celebrated every year on August 30th to raise awareness about these majestic creatures.
Yeah.
Whale sharks can grow up to 40 feet long. That's about the size of a school bus. But despite their massive size, whale sharks are gentle filter feeders.
Yep.
They glide through the ocean, scooping up tiny plankton and small fish. Sadly, their numbers are declining. Threats like overfishing, bycatch, and habitat destruction are taking a toll. These ocean giants are now listed as endangered. But here's the good news. We can help save them. Supporting marine conservation efforts, reducing plastic use, and spreading awareness are key steps. So let's celebrate.
Climate change is really the biggest threat to these critters.
By taking action. Together, we can ensure that these gentle giants continue to swim our oceans. Remember, a healthy ocean means a healthy planet. Let's protect our whale sharks. Subscribe for more ways to help our marine.
Pretty cool stuff. Like some people were saying earlier in the chat, there are a few places around the world where you can actually see these critters in captivity, which is really neat. Here's a nice little kind of intro video that Slate.com did a while ago. Let's take a look at that.
Fishermen are happy to catch a school of fish, but are ecstatic when they catch a fish the size of a school bus.
Oh boy.
A 40-foot, 7-metric-ton whale shark was found lifeless about 90 miles off the coast of Karachi, Pakistan. Fishermen needed 5 cranes to reel the shark out of water before reportedly selling it for a whopping $18,750. The confusingly named whale shark, technically the ocean's largest fish, is on the vulnerable species list, and hunting it is prohibited in most areas. The specimen found outside Karachi was supposedly found...
That's enormous. Look at how big that is. Holy cow. Yeah, the world's largest cartilaginous fish, we'll put it that way.
Dead in shallow waters, having been confused by the passage of large ships. But some suspect the Leviathan got tangled in fishermen's nets. Eating plankton and small fish, the whale shark's filtration feeding makes it far from a threat to humans. But considering its size, most people would rather pose next to it than swim next to it.
I don't know, but that's not true. Well, I don't know. There are thousands upon thousands of people all over the world every year who pay top dollar to swim next to these critters. So I don't know where they got that. Oh, people don't want to swim next to it. No, people definitely want to swim next to it. And Golganak.
Beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Thank you, Golganak, for those 37 months. Holy cow, do I appreciate that, Golganak. 37 months is a really long time. That is excellent. Thank you for all your support over these years, Golganak. It means a lot to me. Thank you. And Fall in the Blink says, I'm one of those people. It was an amazing experience. That's super cool. You got to swim with whale sharks. Holy moly. Very cool. Very cool. Give me a second. I'm realizing that our, well, you know what? What do you think, chat? Do you prefer this background lighting here? Or this background lighting here? We're gonna do this, I think. Just to kind of make this day a little bit more special. Hang on a second here. There we go. Good. The spice is really look like how it looks like water. Thank you. That's the whole point. I'm glad you're here. The spy. Welcome. Second largest fish do swim with their pike, and they're too toothy to really enjoy. Interesting, Gujira. Like I said, a lot of people pay top dollar to swim with these critters. Take a look at this video here.
Well, the weather's hot. Summer break is in full swing. And if you want a cool adventure, you can take the plunge right into the Georgia Aquarium.
Yeah, you may not know this, but you can snorkel or dive right alongside the world-famous whale sharks. Good Day's Jacqueline Schultz shows us why this is one thing that should definitely be on your bucket list.
This is totally on my Atlanta must-do bucket list. And finally, I'm going to take the plunge. I'm going to go in the water with the whale sharks right here at the Georgia Aquarium.
Want to make a splash this summer? Dive in to a whole other world.
I wonder how much it costs. And I hope some of that money goes toward whale shark conservation.
Pacific, Indian Oceans. The Ocean Voyager exhibit is as large as a football field, and it's the biggest in the world. Thousands of creatures call this home. The most famous ones, of course, the whale sharks.
$60? No, it's got to be more than that.
Just watching them through the plexiglass takes your breath away.
I bet admission to the Georgia Aquarium is probably $60. Doing this is probably at least $500 or $600, I would imagine.
So we have Yushan, Taroko, those are our two males, and Alice and Trixie are our two females. Whale sharks are shallow water feeders, and so they stay on the top of the water column. For a snorkeler, that's right where you're going to be.
The team guides 5,000 people every year to dive and snorkel.
Ever used a wetsuit before?
After a lesson on safety, you're ready to suit up, snorkel up, and jump in.
Here I go! So I'm pretty excited to go in, but for those people who are kind of a little afraid of big creatures, what would you tell people who are afraid?
There you go, Craigery. That makes more sense.
Giants for a reason.
The aquarium has their underwater photographer documenting the whole thing.
And you're a certified scuba diver. Very cool track, Nerd.
Compared to the creatures gliding beside me, I really feel like a shrimp.
The size will be a bit intimidating at first, but they truly are just so majestic that it's really a feeling of peace instead of fear.
I'm just in the water.
And look at the patterning on the whale shark skin right there. It really does look like a very starry sky. I think the people of Madagascar actually have a name for the whale shark, and it's something like Starry Night or something like that in the local language, in Malagasy. You can see why. I mean, it really is. Looks like stars.
In the water, and I see the whale sharks coming under me, and I'm like, oh my gosh. My first thought when I jumped in there, I'm really, really, really small compared to practically everything in there. And then my
manta ray
thought,
too.
if this is just a sliver of everything in the ocean, it's incredible, and it just makes me wonder what else is in our ocean. It's really unbelievable.
For me, if they can just carry that education, that conservation, and that love that they have just experienced for the rest of their lives and share it with the rest of the world, my job is done.
For
Pretty
Good
cool.
Day Atlanta, I'm Jacqueline Schultz.
Believe it or not, that's not even a very big whale shark there.
I mean, it looks like a lot of fun, though. If you want to take the plunge, we have all the details on our website on fox5atlanta.com.
Cool stuff. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Now, you might be wondering, like, how in the world they were able to take care of these animals in captivity. Given that these are sharks that can travel tremendous distances in a year, thousands upon thousands of miles, we don't really have the best understanding of where they go and when. I don't think anybody's ever actually seen them spawn before. Big parts of their biology and their life history are still kind of a mystery to us. But a few different aquaria around the world have actually figured out how to keep them alive in captivity, and they seem to be doing pretty well in there. Take a look at this here.
The whale shark is the largest fish in the sea, and it would take an enormous aquarium to hold a whale shark. I'm here at the Georgia Aquarium, the largest aquarium in the world. They don't have a whale shark. They have 4. The Georgia Aquarium is one of the world's most spectacular.
I've never been here. I'd love to go, though.
It houses exhibits ranging from coral reefs to kelp forests. Salt water to
Jonathan Bird all the time. Cool, Mayor Space. Yeah.
warm water to cold water.
We've got a few of his videos in the queue today.
But there's no doubt
See if we
that
get to the rest of them.
6.3 million gallon Ocean Voyager exhibit is the most impressive part of the Georgia Aquarium. It's as deep as a 3-story building, and the main viewing window is larger than a movie theater screen, creating a fantastic
That's spectacular.
place to sit.
That's huge. And look, they also have a sawfish right there.
It's larger than a movie theater screen, creating a
See that right there? I think that's a small-toothed sawfish. Very cool.
place to sit.
We'll be talking about them in, what is it, early October, I think, is International Sawfish Day? Give me a second here. International Sawfish Day is October 17th, 2023. So we'll be doing that too. Here's my sawfish rostrum over here. There we go. My 3D printed sawfish rostrum. Anyway, we'll be talking all about these guys on October 17th. Is that a weekday? What day of the week is that? Somebody look it up. Anywho. Cool stuff.
And watch the fish go by.
And that's named after a park in Taiwan.
I enjoy the bubble window where I can relax and watch the sharks.
It's a Thursday. Awesome.
There's also a tunnel
Very
through
cool.
the Ocean Voyager so people can walk underneath the marine life, which includes some of nature's most magnificent animals like
Thanks, Mirror Man.
manta rays and whale sharks.
Love seeing kids get excited about
Whale
wildlife.
sharks in captivity is different.
And Red Zed,
Those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
thank you for the 22 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 22 months. That's a long time. Zed, thank you, thank you.
Difficult. First of all, these are huge animals. Mantas grow larger than a car, and whale sharks larger than a bus. So they need a lot of space. But they pose another interesting challenge as well. Both are filter feeders. In the
thanks,
wild,
Golganic.
they
Yeah, that's fine.
strain their planktonic
I trust you,
food by
Golganic.
swimming with an open mouth and capturing small animals from the water on their gill rakers.
Yep. So we'll talk about this feeding mechanism in a little bit too.
There's no plankton. Aquarius had to train the animals for hand feeding. To learn
That's
how they feed the mantis,
super intensive
I
process.
make my way to the top of the Ocean Voyager
Check it out.
exhibit,
This is
a
so
nearly
cool.
football field-sized fish tank. There I meet Chris Coco, the curator of zoological operations.
Will be staged here, and this is where you're going to jump and help us load the ladle.
He introduces me to biologists Christy Elo and Kelly Maples, the aquarists who are going to show me how to feed the mantis.
All right, this is Christy and Kelly.
Hi,
This is
nice
Jonathan
to meet
Bird.
you, Jonathan. Kelly, nice to meet you.
These two are the biologists up here that work the animals every day.
You guys are lucky.
The mantas are fed a combination of krill and small fish from a ladle. Since the mantis can't swim in place, they have to be fed while they swim by gently ladling the food out in front of their mouths.
How cool is that? Speaking of filter feeding animals, manta rays.
Fill it up.
Manta rays are a different kind of elasmobranch fish. So they're related to sharks. They're both cartilaginous fishes. Let's see where they are on the tree. And you'll see that this kind of filter feeding is what we call a part of the convergent evolution. This is not something that both of these animals inherited from their common ancestor. They independently evolved this. I'll show you. Here's our tree of life right here. Giant oceanic manta ray. It's gonna be right in here. There we go. Mobula birostris. And they are, unfortunately, endangered. And elasmobranch is not the proper clade. What do I need to type in to trick this thing into going to, probably chondrichthyes. Chondrichthyes, there we go, cartilaginous fishes. So we'll zoom out until we get to them. These are sharks and their relatives. Right here, cartilaginous fishes. So rays and sharks and chimeras are all chondrichthyes. That's the clade name right here. And all of these animals are related to each other because they all share a common ancestor. About 420 million years ago. So we saw where the manta ray is. Now let's jump to Rhynchodon, the whale shark. Rhynchodon typus is over here. And the whale shark is a true shark. It's part of the carpet shark family. Right here, along with nurse sharks, epaulet sharks, wobbegongs, etc. Does that make sense? You've also got the basking shark, which is a filter feeder too. And it's not part of this group. It's, I think, a lamniform shark or a lamnoid shark. So it's much more closely related to, like, great white sharks. Right here. Basking shark. Another filter feeder. harmless to people. Or to most vertebrates swimming around in the water. Yeah. And Arox says it would be very interesting if they could figure out a way to keep a great white shark alive in captivity. It's been tried before. It's certainly been tried. In fact, actually, let's talk about that a little bit. I know of a lovely video that I think Vox did on this. I was really lucky to be able to see a white shark in captivity when I was a kid at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. This is around 2006 or so. Here, check it out.
There are some shark species that seem to do okay in aquariums. You'll see a lot of nurse sharks, zebra sharks, some reef sharks, and sand tiger sharks, but not
very
the great
popular.
ones. For
Sand tiger
decades,
sharks.
aquariums have tried to contain the world's largest predatory fish.
Yeah.
Institutions like Marineland, SeaWorld, and the Steinart Aquarium repeatedly...
Oh, that looks like a 7-gill shark right there. Let's count the gills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bingo! It's the only shark species in the world that's got 7 gills. And they're called 7-gill sharks. Nodorhynchus, I think, might be the genus name. But they live here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. Right here where I live. Right down there. They've been found here in the San Francisco Bay Area, along with 6-gill sharks, soup-fin sharks, leopard sharks, I think some nurse sharks, and occasionally white sharks, although they're much more rare. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And Lenina says, I believe the Monterey Bay Aquarium has the current record for keeping a white shark alive in captivity. I think you're correct, and I think this video talks about that.
repeatedly took in white sharks during the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, at times drawing huge crowds. But they never lasted long. Some needed help swimming. None of them would eat. The longest one lasted was just 16 days. A 1984 report by the Steinart Aquarium put it this way.
In most cases, it could be said that all of these captive sharks were merely in the process of dying, with some taking longer than others.
They had constructed an elaborate transport tank with a harness and IV fluids, but still couldn't keep the sharks alive. It wasn't until 2004 that the Monterey Bay Aquarium proved that it was possible to keep white sharks for at least 6 months.
Maybe it was
It took a
2004 that I
massive
saw it.
effort, and no one's done it since.
Yep. This is a great video. Really well done.
Our approach was one of sort of a systematic, logical sequence of things leading up to our success, and it started with designing the tank.
The Monterey Bay Aquarium had a 1 million-gallon egg-shaped tank, 35 feet deep, designed
I think
for
they expanded
open
it
ocean
after that.
animals like tuna and sharks. So you need a big tank. You also need a small shark. Adult great whites reach 15 feet on average. The Monterey Bay Aquarium nabbed one in 2004 that was 4 feet 4 inches, less than a year old. That made it easier to move and easier to keep.
When they're young, they feed on fish, and as they get older, they transition to feeding more on mammals. And
Which is interesting because we've talked about this in dinosaurs, changing your diet, changing your ecology as you grow and develop through your ontogeny. A lot of dinosaurs seem to have done the same thing.
Ontogeny.
This is something that's pretty much unheard of in mammals, but in creatures like large sharks
Ontogeny.
or dinosaurs, it seems to have been kind of their MO. You know, this is just what they did. As they grow and as their
Ontogeny.
as their morphology changes, their diet changes as well.
so we were targeting the
Niche
age
partitioning.
bracket
There you go,
where
Charlie's
we were
Dragon, yeah.
more able to feed their natural diet.
And once they collected the shark, they didn't take it straight to the aquarium. Instead, the Monterey Bay team set up a 4 million-gallon pen right there in the ocean.
Wow.
That way they could monitor the shark and see if it would feed before they moved it into a transport tank to travel from Southern California, where the sharks were born, up to the aquarium. Sharks.
And Dr. Hub says just logged in after power came back on. It's been up for 3 days. I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Hub. Shoot. Where are you at, if you don't mind my asking? Yeah. Recognize this as Vox's video on great white sharks. Bingo! Ding, ding, ding. Showed to my Biology 2 class when I lecture on sharks. It's so cool. So these are big pelagic sharks. Carcharodon carcharias, they are They are open ocean sharks, and they do not like being confined. That's one of the reasons why they very quickly die when put in captivity, even when they're small. They just didn't evolve for that, you know? They didn't evolve to be in confined spaces at all.
Like all fish, need to have water continually passing through their gills in order to get oxygen.
Yep.
Most species can open and close their mouths to pump water through, but white sharks and a couple dozen other species don't do that. To breathe, they have to move forward through the water with their mouths open. That's why white sharks start to weaken as soon as they're caught in a net. And that's why they needed a custom-built tank for mobile life support.
Everything from oxygen sensors and video cameras and lighting and filtration systems that were needed for what turned out to roughly be 9 to 11-hour transport time.
Aquarium attendants jumped 30% while the shark was on display. After 6.5 months, they decided to release it because it had killed 2 other sharks.
Yowza.
Over the next 6 years, the aquarium displayed 5 more baby white sharks. Some they paid fishermen to hand over, some they caught themselves. Their stays ranged from just...
And are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
Really appreciate that. 38 months of support there. Or is it 12 months? I don't know how to read that exactly, but Haraz, thank you either way for keeping me online for that long. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Haraz. Good stuff.
11 days up to 5 months. The Monterey Bay Aquarium had succeeded in doing what no one else could, but it did take a toll on the sharks. They developed visible sores from bumping into the sides of the tank.
We actually snuck in with photographers and took pictures, of the sharks as they were beginning to attrit and fail due to constant scraping against the wall. Basically, as we viewed it, it was a vase of flowers that would be kept for the visitors.
Historically, aquariums kept sharks that lived near the seabed or near reefs. That makes sense. It's easier to recreate those habitats in a tank. But in recent decades, aquariums have wanted to bring in bigger, more pelagic sharks, those that spend time roaming the open ocean. They've even been able to exhibit the largest shark in the world, the whale shark, if they have a big enough tank. But
and there's our whale shark today. Yes, indeed. Charlie's Dragon says, sounds to me like we should let these wild animals be wild. Yeah, I would say that's the case. I think now that we know what we know, now that the Monterey Bay Aquarium has done this, and they've had a number of different white sharks over the years, they
killed 2 other sharks. Over the next 6 years, the aquarium displayed 5 more baby white sharks. Some they paid fishermen to hand over, some they caught themselves. Their stays ranged from just 11 days up to 5 months.
So when the Monterey Bay Aquarium was doing this, it wasn't just for kicks and giggles. And it wasn't just to increase attendance and make more money. They did increase attendance and they did make more money, but if that had been their only goal, then they would have kept the sharks until they died, They would have just milked that for everything they could. They didn't want to do that. This is actually a research project, too, and they published scientific papers on this. No one had ever been able to do this properly before, and they set a record, 198 days, in keeping a white shark alive in captivity. And I don't think any of these sharks actually died in captivity either. I think they were all re-released. Some of them may have done okay afterward, and some of them died after release. But we learned a tremendous amount about these animals from this whole thing. So it's not like it was just greed or hunger for publicity or anything like that. Like, this was a valuable scientific enterprise. And after 2011, I think they kind of realized they'd learned everything that they could learn from this kind of keeping a white shark in captivity for a short span of time like this. So they stopped doing it. Does that make sense? And with some of them, like, they literally purchased them from a fisherman who otherwise maybe would have killed the shark. Because, like, trophy hunters will pay a lot for some of these animals. So essentially they're rescuing those sharks too. So yeah. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Extreme Chicken says Georgia Aquarium is the only place they've kept whale sharks. Isn't that right? No. So there are a number of other aquaria around the world that have whale sharks. Here.
Historically, aquariums kept sharks that lived near the seabed or near reefs. That makes sense. It's easier to recreate those habitats in a tank. But in recent decades, aquariums have wanted to bring in bigger, more pelagic sharks, those that spend time roaming the open ocean. They've even been able to exhibit the largest shark in the world, the whale shark.
And it's not just the Georgia Aquarium that's that keeps whale sharks in captivity. Georgia Aquarium is the only one in the Western Hemisphere. But there are a number of different aquaria in Asia that managed to do this. Captivity, here we go. Whale shark is popular in the few public aquariums that keep it, but its large size means that a very large tank is required that has to have specialized feeding requirements. We'll get back to that in a little bit. But yeah. Let's see. The Okinawa Churaumi Aquarium, also known as the Okinawa Ocean Expo Aquarium in Japan. They've got some. Since the mid-1990s, several other aquariums have kept species in Japan. Kagoshima Aquarium, Funosaki Marine World, Notojima Aquarium, Oita Marine Palace Aquarium, Yokohama Hakajima Sea Paradise. In South Korea, the Aqua Planet Jeju. China, Chimelong Ocean Kingdom, Dalian Aquarium, Guangzhou Aquarium in Guangzhou Zoo, Qingdao Polar Ocean World, Yantai Aquarium, and then in Taiwan, the National Museum of Marine Biology and Aquarium. India, the Thiruvananthapuram Aquarium, and Dubai, Atlantis and the Palm. Well, Atlantis, the Palm. I guess that's one place. Anyway. Some maintaining whale sharks for years, and others only for a very short period. Outside Asia, the first and so far only place to keep whale sharks is the Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta. So I think they've had 6. 2 of them have died, maybe due to old age, I'm not sure. And they currently have 4 there. Yeah. Oh no, I guess they've had 4 who have died. Anywho, here's a link if you'd like to read more about that. There you go. Anywho.
If they have a big enough tank. But pelagic sharks are used to
Thank
being
you,
able to
Diet
swim
of
long
Beatus.
distances without
Welcome.
obstructions.
It's good to have you here.
Changing directions only as they please. So the faster moving sharks like the white shark, mako shark, and blue shark, they have trouble with walls when they're put in a tank. That's what was happening with the Monterey Bay Aquarium's 6th white shark in 2011. They decided to release it after 55 days, and its tracking tag revealed that the shark died shortly after being released. They're not sure why. But since then, they haven't tried to bring in another great white shark.
It's a very, very, very resource-intensive program, and we felt like we had accomplished our goal of introducing the general public to a live white shark.
It took a huge, carefully planned system to keep a white shark alive, and even then, the sharks didn't quite fit there.
Yeah, there's one attacking an ocean sunfish, Mola Mola.
This year, and
let's see that again. So there's a white shark taking a bite out of its tank mate there. Yeah. It's coming up and
the sharks didn't quite fit there. We can't seem to stop trying though. Earlier this year, an 11.5-foot great white shark was taken to an aquarium in Okinawa, Japan, after getting caught in a fisherman's net. It was the only adult white shark ever to be put on display, and within 3 days, it was dead.
Yeah. They just don't do well in captivity. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Gamer Girl Me says, I'm glad I popped in. I love learning about sharks. By the way, Science sent me. Well, thank you to Science Streams. Welcome, Gamer Girl. And happy International Whale Shark Day today. Holy cow. Let's see if we can find another International Whale Shark Day video. Let's filter for this week. Let's see. Hong Kong Shark Foundation. Let's take a look at this. August 30th, 2024, International Whale Shark Day. 3 fun facts about whale sharks. 1. Each whale shark is about the same size as a bus. Well, when they're full grown. Making it the largest fish in the sea. The largest non-tetrapod fish, at least. Whale sharks are filter feeders. Yep, we already knew that. And Murph...
gifted a tier 1 sub to Gamer Girl Me.
Thank you, Murph. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And Ruvian, thank you for the 3 months of support right there. I appreciate that, Ruvian. Thanks for continuing to support this broadcast, this channel. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. And Diet of Beta says maybe we should stop trying to keep white sharks in captivity. I think that's pretty much happened, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Thank you again, Murph. Gamer Girl Me now won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. Appreciate that, Murph. I think we pretty much know everything this video is going to tell us, and not honestly too fond of the vertical video thing. So let's get back to this. How in the world do you feed a whale shark in captivity? Or another filter feeding elasmobranch, like a manta ray.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
Mirror Man, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that very much, too. Thanks for keeping me here online. It means a lot to me, Mirror Man. Thanks for clicking that Prime button there. Appreciate it.
About that much? That's good?
You don't fill the tank with plankton, Mayor Space. No.
After observing a few times, now it's my turn to try.
Okay, and then you just trickle it out.
Yeah, the key is to not dump it too soon. She's going to stick with you and stick with the ladle, so...
A little more, or then... I don't know, I'm a little nervous. There's all these people watching. I don't want to mess it up. I mean, it looks so easy, but I know it's not.
The one thing that we do ask, the one thing that it can be a little difficult when you get a little bit of water in as you go, try to keep the ladle out in front of her. She gets moving kind of fast, so it is possible to kind of hit her in the face with the ladle. So.
Try not to. How's that? All right. Woo! Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That was cool. How many people get to do that? I got to feed a manta ray. That is so cool.
That's pretty cool.
Feeding the whale sharks is even more complicated. It involves the...
I love this, where they've got boats, and then they've got these lines running across the top of the pool. Oh, this is really neat. And Plockman's Mustard.
Spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Plockman's Mustard.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Matt M33.
I appreciate that, Plockman's. Thank you.
In the channel.
Good stuff. Madam 33, I'm glad you don't have to watch any ads. Thank you, Plockman's Mustard, for your generosity there. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. And by the way, Lenina, thank you. Would you mind changing our category? I don't know, maybe only Claire can do that. I'm just going to change it right now to change our category to animals, aquariums, and zoos. Because why not? We're talking about extant animals and extinct animals too today. So yeah. But yeah. To Minier Craft, says DM Wing? No, not even sure what that is. Anywho. Dr. Terrace says, talking about filter feeders, I believe this year the cryptid megamouth shark, cryptic maybe, megamouth shark, washed up with young still inside. Now we know they gave live birth with incredibly huge... Interesting, Dr. Terra. We'll talk about megamouth sharks a little bit too, because they're one of 3 living filter feeding sharks. We've got whale sharks, we've got megamouth sharks, and we've got basking sharks. None of them are particularly closely related to each other. Although I guess basking sharks and megamouth sharks are somewhat closely related, but they're not sister taxa or anything. Anyway. I gotcha, Lydina. Yeah, thank you. But yeah. And DM Wing, we'll talk about that too. There is a filter feeding radiodont, and I've got that on our agenda for today. I've got that video link all saved up. So we'll be talking about some earlier filter feeding animals long before the evolution of whale sharks, or any kind of shark for that matter. Before fishes were even really a thing, we had filter feeding animals. Way back in like the Cambrian. It's gonna be neat to talk about. Yep, Dr. Tara, I was gonna print out some Hupesuchus images today, and then the printer decided to be all scammy and be like, oh no, you gotta replace all of the toner cartridges. If, if the yellow one, you can't print in black and white, even though you have black toner. Don't get me started. How in the world do they feed whale sharks in captivity? Let's get back to this.
Aquarius using small boats to keep ahead of the moving whale sharks.
This is so cool.
This is like a precision ballet of whale shark feeding. These ropes go all the way across the tank, and each aquarium...
I have a laser printer, Death Stars.
...themselves along in a boat,
that's the problem.
scooping out the food, staying just ahead of the whale shark. But what's really amazing is that each whale shark gets a different diet, so they're only feeding one particular shark. And the sharks are trained to only follow one particular boat. The best part about it is nobody bumps into each other. It's amazingly well orchestrated, and really, I can't imagine how long it took to train the sharks to do this.
How cool is that? How cool is that?
While I get the bird's eye view of the feeding from above, the aquarium visitors get the fisheye view from below in the tunnel, with the sharks feeding directly overhead. If feeding these animals looks a little complicated, imagine how hard it was to get them here. It all started in Taiwan, where the sharks are hunted for food. The Georgia Aquarium teamed up with a local fisherman to capture a live whale shark. Once they had it in a pen, they transferred it to a specially made sling.
Wow.
Then it was transferred into a custom tank.
It does kind of make me question the ethics of doing this a little bit. I mean, so they paid for fishermen to capture this shark, apparently. Would it make a big difference if this is a shark that was going to end up dead and on somebody's dinner plate, and then they said, no, let us pay for the shark and we'll bring it to the aquarium? Like, would that make it okay? I don't know. I'm glad that these whale sharks seem to have a good life nowadays, but yeah. Craigery says it's surprisingly docile. Well, I mean, they're filter feeders. They couldn't bite you even if they tried, you know?
Then it was transferred into a custom.
I guess they could bite you, but
for an
they don't have big teeth.
flight. Finally, the shark was flown on a private charter across the Pacific all the way to Atlanta, where it was driven to the aquarium.
Huh. It's cool they have footage of all this.
It's quite a journey for a shark.
By the way, it's via UPS, which is interesting. Not sponsored. In fact, I'm going to do the opposite here. I know some museum curators who, anytime they need to ship a fossil from the museum, if they're sending it out on loan to another researcher at another institution, they never use UPS. They're like, if you want the fossil to get lost or destroyed, go with UPS. So, Yeah, anyway. Ugh.
It's quite a journey for a shark. Given how expensive and difficult it is to get whale
Kind of hard to lose a whale shark. You'd
all
hope
the
so.
way to Georgia Aquarium,
Yeah.
The staff isn't taking any chances when it comes to their care. The rooms where food is
Mayor Space's UPS likes to say delivery attempted when they did not attempt. Yeah, I've had that happen before. I've also had it where it just says package lost. And like, okay, I guess that's a frequent enough occurrence that you have like just one of the buttons that they can check. You know, they can push that, and so it says in the notifications, oh yeah, package lost, you know. I've had that happen before when I ordered some screen printing equipment. Ugh.
prepared are nearly as clean as operating rooms. And the water quality is constantly monitored. I spend some time down in the pump room with John
Lord
Masson,
Nubelot.
the assistant manager of life support.
John, this place is huge. Tell me about these pumps.
Well, here at the Georgia Aquarium, we have about 36 50 horsepower pumps on this side of the room, 34 25 horsepower pumps on the other side, which means we pump about 140,000 gallons a minute through this room, which is enough to turn over 6.3 million gallons in under an hour.
So you can pump the entire exhibit, 6.3 million gallons in 1 hour.
Yeah, actually we can. It's equivalent of one of these pumps can actually fill a swimming pool in about 15 minutes, which about 30,000 gallons. So each one does about 2,000 gallons.
Wow.
That's incredible.
That's a lot of water.
It is a lot of water.
I notice there's no leaks.
We try to minimize all of our leaks at least, yes.
Good plumbing.
Yeah, it's nice.
Now you might be wondering, if you're in Atlanta, Georgia, and you want to have 6.3 million gallons of ocean water, what do you do? Well, Instant Ocean.
Simply says, holy moly, those are some huge bags of Instant Ocean. Yeah, holy cow. Look at that. Jeez.
Gigantic bags of powdered sea salt and minerals. Mix it with fresh water, and you got ocean.
And I'm about ready to try diving in this inland ocean, so I head upstairs for my briefing with Dive Master Devin Fleming.
All right, so basically once we get done here, we're going to get you guys set up in the locker rooms. We're going to throw in the dock for you, move your gear down there. It is also basically valet diving. So once we get done with the briefing, you guys are going to get changed and we're going to head down to the dock. Just put your fins, your mask and gloves on. We'll get your gear put on for you guys.
Biscuits, welcome.
And then we're going to ask you to do a forward roll into the water once your dive masters cleared you to go.
While I go and get my gear on, they put the dock in the water. They don't leave it in all the time because the animals might injure themselves on it.
Huh.
Now the moment I've been waiting for all day.
Welcome, Pills55. Hello, hello.
Mistake my gear for anybody else's. You know what's interesting about this is they don't want to get any contaminants into the exhibit, so they don't even want us to use our own dive gear. We have to use wetsuits from the aquarium, BCs, regulators, everything. They were really nice though, and they let me use my own fins. But first we had to put them in disinfectant, so they are now extremely clean. Yeah, they won't hurt you at all. You go in?
Yes, right into the water.
All right, let's go check it out. All right. There's a whale shark right under me. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Before I even have my camera, a whale shark swims silently right below the dock. It's hard to believe that I'm in a giant fish tank with a whale shark.
Is that a camera that he's got? Holy cow. That's a big camera. Yeah.
And 5,000 or 6,000 of your favorite friends.
On the bottom, a great hammerhead comes over to check me out. I follow Devin down towards the deep end of the exhibit, and Tallulah, the manta ray, swims over to say hello.
Another filter feeding vertebrate animal, like we were talking about. Very cool.
Soon I pass over the tunnel with lots of people inside. They're looking up at me, and I can't help but think how lucky I am to be able to do this dive. I wave to the kids and keep moving with Devin to the deep part of the exhibit. A whale shark with a school of jacks keeping him company swims over me. The whale sharks move around this huge tank in circles and figure eights. They're used to the divers and don't mind us at all. There's so much marine life in this exhibit that sometimes I forget I'm doing a dive in an aquarium. My camera moves from whale shark to great hammerhead. Then on to Nandi, the other manta ray, doing barrel rolls.
Very cool.
Then back to another hammerhead. Through the enormous viewing window, the crowd watches the action, a sand tiger shark passing right in front of the glass. The experience is almost overwhelming. It would take quite a few dives to get used to this. I just can't believe my eyes. There are so many fish. On the bottom, a sawfish.
Yeah, very cool.
This is a kind of ray with a saw-like nose for hunting prey.
It's not actually a
shark.
shark.
I've never even seen one of these in the wild, but they have nearly a dozen of them in this exhibit.
Pretty cool. I think it's a small tooth sawfish there.
One of the aquarium staff divers peacefully enjoys a sand tiger shark lazily drifting by.
Huh.
In spite of their fierce-looking teeth, these sharks are no threat to people. They eat smaller prey.
They have bitten people before, but I think that's only while provoked.
Soon, my dive nears the end. On our way back to the shallow end of the exhibit, I pass once again over the tunnel with the people looking up. And Tallulah buzzes by again as if to bid me farewell. Devin gives me the signal to head up to the surface. It was such a short dive, I don't know if I can bring myself to getting out of the water.
I have never been on a dive with so many species of fish. I don't even know where to point my camera. I gotta go back in.
There's the whale shark.
Notice if I stay just a little while longer. This is one dive I just don't want to end.
A very cool spot. That's really neat. Anyway, cool stuff. Here, let me give you a link to that, by the way. That was from Jonathan Bird's Blue World. There we go. Yeah. Again, happy International Whale Shark Day, everybody. We're taking this opportunity to talk about whale sharks, talk about their conservation, why it's important, and also talk about the evolution of filter feeding invertebrate animals throughout Earth history. So let's talk a little bit about that. An explanation of filter feeding we've got in this video here. I think it's one of those modes of ecology that a lot of people forget about. It's almost hard to relate to for, I don't know, for our kind of organism, for humans. Thinking about just sieving out massive quantities of organic matter from the ocean and making your living doing that, like that's... It's not something that, you know, is the easiest to relate to. But it's pretty common. Anyway, let's take a look at this.
500,000 calories in a single mouthful.
Not the diet I'd want to be on. But the baleen whales like humpback, right whales and blue whales do this by filter feeding.
Yep, as do basking sharks, whale sharks, megamouth sharks, and even some non-cetacean mammals. There's some pinnipeds, like the crab-eater seal, that actually feed via filter feeding too.
So how does filter feeding work? Well, the bigger the mouth, the more efficient filter feeding becomes. For example, the blue whale's mouth is massive. You can fit about 100 people inside.
That doesn't sound right. Maybe in their... Well, I guess when they actually open their mouth and they extend all their pleats and everything, if you were to stack 100 people in there like cordwood, maybe that would work, but I feel like that's misleading. Also, the throat of a blue whale is small enough that they could choke on like a grapefruit. So yeah.
So then in a single mouthful, a blue whale engulfs about 120 tons of water. And when feeding in waters where there's lots of krill, well, there's your 500,000 calories. At least 6,000 of these Lindor dark chocolate balls. To capture those large quantities of tiny prey, baleen whales filter feed enormous volumes of seawater. Today, baleen whales are completely toothless. Instead of teeth, they have rows of filtering combs called baleen. It's keratinous material like your hair and nails, and it grows from the upper jaw, hanging down into their mouth. The ancestors of modern baleen whales didn't even have baleen.
I love the name of that taxon right there. What's the most generic fossil mammal name you could possibly come up with? You know? The least imaginative fossil mammal. What do we call this thing? It's a mammal. It's got teeth. I don't know. It's just Mammalodon, you know? Oh, boy. Yeah.
How baleen evolved is a bit of a mystery. Originally it was thought that these early whales used both. They used their baleen for filter feeding and teeth for capturing prey one at a time. The leopard seals feed on krill in a similar way to those ancestral whales. They use their cheek teeth to sieve out small prey, but their front
leopard
teeth,
seals.
their canines, to chomp on large prey. They need to protect these delicate sieving teeth. But it was different for the ancestral baleen whales. Their delicate baleen grew between their teeth. Imagine how delicate and easily damaged something like this baleen would be. If they chomped down on their prey, they damaged this delicate baleen. So the ancestral whales probably had suction feeding, again, like you see in leopard seals today. If they open their mouth wide and draw back their massive tongue, a vacuum forms and water, hopefully laden with prey, is sucked into the mouth. This is an efficient form of hunting if you have access to swarming small prey, but you don't need teeth for suction feeding. So although those ancestral whales had teeth, they no longer needed them. And the fossil
They're just kind of on their way to get rid of them, I guess.
Teeth disappeared in different forms of whales. So as they lost teeth, there was more room in their jaw to grow baleen. And having an enormous broom in your mouth, it was an extremely efficient filter feeding system. You no longer need to swallow the seawater to eat the prey. Pushing your tongue up against your palate squeezes the water out through this broom-like baleen back to the sea, leaving behind in your mouth only wriggling prey ready to swallow.
Cue Dolo's Law. There you go. Paraffin wall, yeah.
Ideal strainer. It was a game changer.
You can't re-evolve
and it was at
something
this
after
time
you've
that
lost
baleen whales became the giants we know today. But it's expensive to lunge feed. They need to accelerate into those prey swarms. Blue whales swim at up to 37 kilometres per hour.
It's pretty
They're
fast.
one of the fastest animals swimming in the ocean. But as they open that mouth to suck in vast amounts of prey-laden water, they slow. Opening that mouth is like opening a parachute underwater. It drags and slows their 30-metre-long body. And you know yourself when you're swimming, it's those initial strokes to get your body moving. They take much more energy than once you're gliding through the water. Well, it's the same for the whales. And for the blue whale, which needs to get its 180-ton body going, well, you can just imagine it takes a lot of energy. It's so expensive that if they feed in areas of low prey density, then it costs them to open that mouth to eat. And that's probably why they swim past patches of prey if they're at low densities. Baleen whales no longer have teeth. They specialised on this unique feeding system to harness the energy efficiency of eating lots of low trophic prey. But this means they need enormous quantities of this prey. Antarctic krill stocks are down by as much as 80%, and they have been for a long time, as long as 30 years. Where many whale populations have recovered from hunting, the Antarctic blue whale is still critically endangered. Hunting stopped in 1966, yet there's still only 3% of their pre-exploitation population.
Jeez.
As being the largest
So
animal
low.
on Earth, made the blue whale vulnerable to extinction.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'll give you a link to this right here. There you go. Now you might have been surprised, excuse me, to see seals in that discussion on filter feeding there. A lot of people don't think of seals as being filter feeding animals, but there's a few different seal species that do filter feed. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life right here. First, let's zoom out to all life right here. Now let's zoom in to the crab-eater seal, which, despite its name, does not eat crabs. This is why, as scientists, we use scientific names. We use usually Latin binomials. The genus and species like this. Lobodon carcinophagia. Although, shoot, that also implies that it eats crabs, carcinophagia. They don't eat crabs. They eat krill. Crab-eater seals. And they are sister taxon to the leopard seal, so they are each other's closest living relative. They've got similar teeth. And, well, shoot, let's talk about it. Right here. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. I know, right? Look at those crazy lobed teeth.
These teeth actually belong to a crab-eater seal, and despite the name, they don't actually feed on crabs. They feed exclusively on krill. Their teeth act very similarly to baleen in baleen whales, which allows them to have a very unique feeding technique known as
It is almost whimsical.
feeding.
Yeah.
So what they do is they swim through the water and they use suction to draw krill into the mouth. They then close their mouth, and their multi-cusped teeth act as a sieve so that when they exclude the water, the krill stays in the mouth. So they can actually eat up to 20 kilograms of krill in a day.
Wow. Shoot, I bet you there's nobody in chat who even eats 20 kilograms of krill in a day. And these guys do it on the regular.
And this type of feeding technique actually allows the seals to exert very little energy whilst they're feeding. And despite the fact that it is a very efficient
16 is your record, Salamander.
species, it's actually only seen twice in the entire animal kingdom.
Who would have thought those teeth would have been to filter krill? If you like that video, I've been chatting more with Sophie about seal teeth, which you can check out in the video just here.
Really, right here.
Hello, I'm Karma, and I'm here in one of the collection spaces of the Natural History Museum.
There you go,
I'm
Dr.
here with
Irrefutable.
museum scientist Sophie Ryan, and she's been telling us about crab-eater seals.
Hey, Ken, how you doing?
If you've not
Welcome,
checked
welcome.
out that video yet, go and check it out. But we have some more specimens here. So, Sophie, could you tell us a little bit more about these teeth?
Yeah, so right here we've got the crab-eater seal. So you can really see the very
Weird-looking skull. Mammals have such weird
complex
skulls.
multi-cusp teeth there that they use as kind of an interlocking sieve, so that when they're taking in water filled with krill and then they're expelling all of that water, the krill can stay inside the mouth cavity there. So yeah, so you can see that a bit more clearly on this one. But actually, this isn't the only species that filter feeds. We also have the leopard seal here. And you can see kind of similarities between those two types of teeth. So you can see the multi-cusps as well. They've got three cusps on their teeth, and actually the leopard seal only filter feeds with its back teeth there. Those sort of front front canines are used for feeding on larger prey, so things like penguins, and obviously they can't filter feed penguins, so they kind of use raptorial behavior too.
I wonder if they eat crab-eater seals too. If leopard seals would do that. Which would be interesting because they are, like we just said, sister taxa. It means, 7 million years ago, they were the same thing. They shared a common ancestor. But they have since diverged. And I wonder if that has something to do with... Maybe that would be prompted by increasing krill numbers a few million years ago around Antarctica. That would make a lot of sense. But I don't know what would prompt an explosion in krill population a few million years ago. I don't know. I don't know enough about this. I work on dinosaurs, obviously, so this is outside of my realm of expertise. Yeah, and Feister says, so will these seals evolve into baleen seals with bigger mouths to better eat krill? I don't know. It's a good question. They may have just started doing this fairly recently. You got Ross seals and Weddell seals. It's funny, that looks a lot more like an orca there. But anyway, yeah, they might be kind of in the early stages of their krill exploitation journey. Maybe they will evolve more dramatic structures for filtering krill out of their environment. I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah. Very funny, DM Wing. Yeah. It's very big and odd split. I mean, it's not the biggest split, I guess. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is pretty dramatic. I don't know. And you know a seal paleo person? I do too, yeah. Bobby Bosenecker. He also studies cetaceans, including baleen whales. He might know something about this. Yeah, and happy Whale Shark Day to you too, Isolated. Howdy, howdy. It's good to have you here. Anyway, let's continue this.
To feed on those. So those are our two filter feeders. Over here we've got some more true seal species as well. But
they do predate on crab eaters. That makes sense. Extreme Chicken. Interesting.
Here we've got one
Thank
of our
you.
elephant seal species, and you can see on the mandible that their teeth are markedly different.
Oh,
so,
wow, yeah, they're a lot more blunt.
A lot blunter and a lot more sort of conical, and that will be.
They're mostly eating squid, I
This
think.
species uses suction feeding, so it sucks all of the prey into its mouth. It can be like things like fish, or it can be even larger species like squid and things like that. But that kind of water constantly moving in between the teeth has really blunted that down there. And we can kind of see a similar thing in this juvenile elephant seal species. It's a different species of elephant seal, but yeah, you can still see even at this young age.
Yeah,
the,
wow.
Kind of blunt teeth.
Cast the Dreamer says that vascular structure inside the nose looked neat. Yeah, so those are nasal turbinates in there. You could kind of see that in there. There you go. Yeah, so this is common in a lot of mammals, and even some dinosaurs had this. You get these kind of thin, like compartments of bone in here that are. We often think of that as being like a method of warming the air that's coming into the body, help moistening it, so that you're not like shocking your lungs with really dry, cold air. Yeah, nasal turbinates. Here. So we've got it too, as human beings, but ours are a lot less pronounced than in other mammals. There we go. This might be a good explanation. A Sweetie Pie has certainly got them, don't you, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Oh, and she is eager to eat those treats that Minnie Pie left behind. There you go. Speaking of mammals, got the lovely Sweetie Pie here. And Miggity Marty says, have you got any guests lined up? Kind of, yeah. I've been so busy with other things that I haven't really had a chance to reach out to other paleontologists as much as I was hoping. But yeah, I was working on the Spinosaur paper yesterday, Isolated. I got a couple of illustrations done, which I'm excited about. I'll be doing more work on that Sunday. Probably not tomorrow. I've got a family reunion to go to tomorrow. But, yeah. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, it's good to see you. What's shaking? How are you, sweetie? Let me get some more treats for you, huh? You were just eating those leftovers that Mini Pie left there. Here we go. Ooh. What's that? Ooh, we got 5 of them there. 4.5 at least. There you go. Nice. How's that? Good stuff? Yeah, you use those teeth. Chomp, chomp, chomp. These treats are supposed to be good for your teeth, so chew them properly, huh? Yeah. And Kua Seal says, what's your schedule with that paper? I want to get it done and submitted before TwitchCon this year. Because I've got 5 other different projects to work on currently, and I really need to get this one finished so that I can focus on other things. Yeah. And Sweetie Pie is not a filter feeder. Very much she is not. Charlie's Dragon. She's got some premolars and molars for helping grind up her food. Yeah, good job, Sweetie Pie. Very thorough today. Good stuff. Here, do you want any more? Good job getting all those. There's 2 more for you. Ooh, yeah. And hello, First Anomaly. How are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. And what is that? Win528, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that, Win528. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you supporting science outreach here on Twitch. That's the only reason I can be here. Thank you for that. Good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Good stuff. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Yeah. Pushing the camera around? Is that what you're doing? You're licking your chops. Some good eating, huh? No, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, good stuff. Some cleaning too? Yeah. There you go. Good stuff. Anywho, we were talking about nasal turbinates. Here, this video might help explain that. From Alaska Sea Life Center.
This is actually going to be the nose of the sea otter. And inside
they've got such weird skulls.
Is a huge maze of little bony structures that are called turbinates. So having a very intense labyrinth or maze of turbinates allows for more area to humidify that air and warm it as it's coming into the body.
Yep.
And I believe that also functions like that with humans as well. Nasal turbinates look quite different in the sea otter skulls versus.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
Aurora Elias, thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me online with that generous support. I appreciate it.
Nasal turbinates look quite different in the sea otter skulls versus our human skulls. So the 3 nasal turbinates that you see here assist in smelling, breathing, as well as humidifying the air, and it also helps aid in our immune response. They are much more elaborate though, as I can see here in the sea otter skull.
Sea otters also live in the ocean, which is salt water, and they are not adapted to drink salt water. They still need fresh water. So if they're breathing in air and like humidifying that air, they're able to absorb every ounce of water from it as possible with these really intense turbinates.
And this is not just something that humans and sea otters have. This is fairly common with many mammals and animals living up in these colder climates. Musk ox and caribou
Yep, they actually have
very
spiraled ones.
very complex ones as well. So amazing how many animals can live up in this cold environment.
Yeah, and really thrive in it too.
Oh, Sweetie Pie is just
cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
For
She's
some hype.
super into what's going on the screen right now. Sweetie Pie. Ooh. Yeah. Here. Look at those, Sweetie Pie. See the whale sharks there? Happy Whale Shark Day, Sweetie Pie. Happy Whale Shark Day. Yeah. And, Anghammerin, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Look, Sweetie Pie. Ooh. Oh, she loves it. He is enthralled, Rita Quinwife. Absolutely. Yeah. You love the aquarium, Sweetie Pie. She's never been to an aquarium. She says, I want to go to there. I want to go to there. Love this. Oh. Look at all that, Sweetie Pie. Pretty neat. Sorry if anybody's a little bit bored right now, but I'm just having a great time watching Sweetie Pie react to this. Look Look at those. Look at your mammal relatives there. There's a fellow carnivoran, although it's a caniform carnivoran, while you're a feliform carnivoran, sweetie pie. And Koasil says, while cats are excellent swimmers, I have yet to see one dive. Oh, are you looking at yourself there, sweetie pie? Uh-oh, she's found herself on the screen. Wow.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
And Jack's Facts, how are you doing?
Search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Jack's Facts. How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Yeah. That's me talking. Sorry. Your Honor, I'm not a cat. This is Sweetie Pie right here. And she hopes you had a wonderful stream too, Jack's Facts. Tell me how it went. Death Source says, tigers like water a lot from what I've seen. Yeah, a number of different cats do. There's one particular kind of cat that I'm actually working on for a current project for publication. Fishing cats are very much at home in the water. They love the water. Oh, and now Sweetie Pie's got some birds. It's bird time. Oh, and who's that? An otter? Another otter? And Aurora Elias, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Holy cow.
Aurelius just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Aurora Elias. Sweetie Pie says thank you as well. Don't you, Sweetie Pie? No, I'm just saying that. She doesn't know what's going on, but that's okay. If she did, she would be grateful. Good stuff. Yeah. And Anghammerand, thank you for the 100 bits. Excellent.
For Aurelius.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Anghammerand. Appreciate that. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Where are you going, Sweetie Pie? You want to leave or do you want to sit on my lap? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Push the camera around a little bit. Yeah. Anywho, everybody, happy International Whale Shark Day today. We are celebrating Rhynchodon typus, the world's largest non-tetrapod fish. And we're also talking about the evolution of filter feeding in general, throughout the history of life on Earth. Yeah. First Anomaly says, cannot resist, take my sub. Thank you, First Anomaly. I appreciate that. And whale sharks are your favorite. Izaka Valflux, well, you came here on the right day. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And happy International Whale Shark Day. Here, take a look at this. We've got a whale shark interacting with some divers. Captain Blinky, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. This is a young whale shark. And it seems pretty interested in all of the bubbles being released by those scuba divers there. Yeah. This is not a particularly large one. This is a juvenile whale shark, by the looks of it. Pretty cool. And so, as a diver, you are not supposed to touch these animals, but sometimes they come right up to you and they want to touch you, which kind of seems to be the case here. But whale sharks are protected under the laws of many different countries throughout their range, including the United States, to my knowledge. They are very cool critters. Very, very cool. And Izaka says, I've heard you can swim with ones in the Philippines. I'd love to if it's possible. It's on my bucket list, respectfully, of course. Yeah. That actually is like a classic example of how tourism can help with conservation. Here, let me see if I can find you a clip there of this. Take a look at this. Oh, sweetie pie. You getting clean there, sweetie? Yeah. Oh. Thanks for hanging out here, sweetie pie. I'm glad this is a comfortable spot for you. Anyhow. Rhynchodon typus is the genus and species for these critters. Isolated says, do we know of any of the reasoning behind their spotted skin? We'll get to their skin in a minute, but I want you to see this. That's beautiful. Pretty cool. Oh, sweetie pie. It's taking a whole bath right there. Pretty cool. Gotta love whale sharks. And the people who seek to protect them. Oh, sweetie pie. Yeah. And hello, mother of cats. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Sweetie pie just going to town right there. She is so content. Yeah. Yeah. Lordy says, I heard Danny from the other room talking about Sweetie and had to tune in. Well, here she is. It's time for her close-up. There we go. Good stuff. She is adorable, Anita. She really is. Also for whale sharks. Yeah, happy International Whale Shark Day, Lordy. Happy International Whale Shark Day. Let's see here. There are a number of different places around the world where you can see whale sharks in captivity. And luckily, the facility in Georgia seems to do a pretty good job of it. They seem to be very conscientious. They seem to be kind of on the up and up. Let's take a look at this clip here. While she takes the blood, I mean, they don't really bite. It's a whale shark, so they don't really have, like, biting teeth at the front of their mouth. They do have over 300 teeth, but they're tiny, tiny, tiny. And I think they're kind of further back inside the mouth. They don't feed on large prey. Like, it would be just about impossible for a whale shark to take a bite out of somebody. I'll see you later, sweetie pie. So, since they have to eat while moving, they can't just, like... Well, I guess they can kind of stay in one place, but it's a more natural behavior for them to actually, you know, move through the water as they're feeding. And so the aquarium developed this. And here's a link to that video. Right here. And Lordy says that makes them seem less scary. Razor like sea puppies. Yeah, basically. So we can find a video on whale shark tourism because... Yeah. Here, let's take a look at this. Whale, the Jaws knockoff music.
Whale sharks are the world's largest living fish and can grow up to 20 meters in length, weigh as much as 34 tons, and are often referred to as gentle giants. They are one of the most majestic creatures of the sea, and I'm sure anyone who enjoys swimming would jump at the chance to swim alongside one. Well, I got to do just that. I travelled to the town of Oslob on the island of Cebu in the Philippines with the goal of swimming with the whale sharks that swim in that area. The small town of Oslob has dedicated itself around the tourism of swimming with whale sharks.
Little Pink Pony wants to know, do we know of any whale shark ancestors? I think there's like one species that's known. It might be like Paleorincodon. Rincodon is the genus name for whale sharks. There's only one living species, Rincodon typus. I don't think the fossil record for these guys is particularly good. I don't know how diagnostic their teeth are, for one, and they're cartilaginous fish, which means that since they have skeletons that are mostly made out of cartilage, they're not going to fossilize very readily. What do whale shark teeth look like? Oh, and then we got to look up their counter shading too. There we go. Yeah, tiny, tiny, tiny teeth like that, which are not necessarily going to be very diagnostic. Yeah, this almost reminds me of like a ray or a skate. The way that they've got this kind of pavement of teeth, but these guys have so many more teeth. That's nuts. And the inside of their mouth, you can't even see the teeth there. Apparently their teeth look like this. Height of 6 millimeters, so that is pretty darn small. From the Pungo River Formation in Aurora, North Carolina. Interesting. Pungo River Formation. From the Middle Miocene. Okay. Carcharinus teeth. Interesting. Yeah. Here. Fossil history of whale sharks. I love these very simple websites from back in the day. Whale shark Oligocene to recent. Largest living fish is Rhynchodon typus. That's not technically true, given that all tetrapods are fish, so whales would be larger than this. A lot of dinosaurs would be larger than this too. But anyway, we don't typically think of those animals as fish in the common parlance. Whale sharks have a fossil record extending back into the Paleogene. See Paleorhynchodon. Teeth of the modern species designed to be traced to the Oligocene of South Carolina. During the Miocene, they were presented in the Lupian fauna of France and Lee Creek of North Carolina, the Pungo River Formation. Teeth are also present in the Yorktown, Pliocene, and later, of the later and the latter, maybe? And Kent includes them in the Miocene and Pliocene of Maryland and Virginia. And there's Paleorhynchodon right there. Some of those teeth. I guess go back to the Oligocene. So, to put things into perspective, if we're talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about geological time, we are right up here at the top, 0 million years ago. The dinosaurs, except for a few birds, went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, 66 million years ago. So the Oligocene would be maybe when our earliest evidence of whale sharks comes from. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not very long ago. Like less than 30 million years ago, potentially. It's pretty recent in the whole history of life on Earth, you know? Yeah. So whale sharks would be relatively young, and yeah, as a group, I guess. At least, I don't know, as fossils, they might be relatively understudied. Maybe they do extend further back into the Cretaceous, but I would doubt it. I actually really doubt it. Sharks took a big hit at the end of the Cretaceous period. I think it was more than half of shark species died out. So I would be kind of shocked if it turns out whale sharks go back that far. They probably first evolved in the Paleogene, part of the Cenozoic, the age of mammals. Yeah. And there were a lot of other filter-feeding fishes that would have occupied that same niche during the Cretaceous. So I don't think it would make sense for whale sharks to go back that far. I'd be, again, very, very surprised if they did. Yeah. Dr. Nomori says, what about Dunkleosteus? Dunkleosteus is from long before the dinosaurs, and that's a different kind of fish entirely. It's a bony fish, sort of, but yeah. It was not a filter feeder. Dunkleosteus was like a raptorial predator. But yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Before before we get back to the tourism thing, let's take a look at some of those filter feeding fishes. Here, let's relate whale sharks to a filter feeding bony fish, an osteichthyon fish from the Mesozoic, from the age of dinosaurs, about 150 million years ago. Take a look at this. From River Monsters. There's Xiphactinus. It's a big predatory fish from the late Cretaceous of North America. Here we go. So dramatic. There we go. Rinkadon. Yeah. Pretty cool. Beautiful. World record is about 60 feet, apparently. So about 18 meters. Except it didn't live in rivers. But yeah. Yep. I actually really like this demonstration that he does here. This is Leadsichthyes. It was huge. Yep. Feiser says, when this fish was alive, all the continents were pushed together, right? So, Leadsichthyes lived as the continents were splitting apart. Here. I'll show you. So about 150 million years ago, give or take. So it's been found in... Oop, sorry. There's our modern continents just squished together. South America and Africa, North America, Europe and Asia. Leadsichthyes has been found in and around England, I think France, I think Chile as well. So it probably had more or less cosmopolitan distribution in the world's oceans. But the Atlantic Ocean was a lot smaller back then. It's still the Tethys Sea is what we call it kind of at this stage. But yeah, it's not like, oh, the ocean was bigger back then, so the fish got bigger too. No. The Atlantic puddle, says Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And Extreme Chicken, I agree. I got to meet Jeremy Wade once in when I lived in Montana. He came to give a talk there, And we talked about coelacanths for a little bit, which is pretty neat. And do we know what sharks were on top at that time? Sharks were not the dominant marine predators at that time. Critters like Liopleurodon were big, short-necked plesiosaurs. Much like this. Kind of the ocean's top predators. There's a really nice depiction of Liopleurodon. I like that a lot. Huge heads, massive jaws. Not the sort of critter you want to end up near during feeding time. There were sharks at the time too, like hybodont sharks, but they were not the top predators at the time. Yeah, that makes sense? Back to our video here. There you go, SPR, yeah. Huh. Yeah, had these enormous ray fins at the front of its body. Enormous pectoral fins. Pretty cool. Here's a link right there to that video. There's another really fun one with Leadsichthyes with Nigel Marvin here. Let me show you that. I think some of you have seen this before, but we'll take a look. And so, yeah, this is from the show Chased by Sea Monsters. It's kind of goofy, dramatized thing with Nigel Marvin where he goes back in time to the, what is it, the 10 most dangerous seas, or 7 most dangerous, I think it's 7. 7 most dangerous seas of all time. But there's good information in here, even if it is a little bit goofy, a little bit dramatic. It's entertaining, and I know a lot of people who kind of first fell in love with ancient marine life because of this series. So, I think that's pretty cool. And Murph, yeah, like an arms race kind of a deal. I do wonder about that. I wonder how accurate these depictions are for today. So, Leadsichthyes is actually one of the critters on the Paleontologizing logo. Here, let me show you that. See if you can spot it here. Ready? See it there in the blue? Here, one more time. Yeah, Leadsichthyes. There you go, fall machine. So, like a whale shark, these are enormous filter-feeding critters. But these are bony fishes. And so different from a whale shark in that whale sharks are sharks. They're cartilaginous fishes. So they're part of Chondrichthyes is the clade. I'll show you here in our Tree of Life. Cartilaginous fishes over here. There we go. So among your jawed vertebrates, Gnathostomata. You got your cartilaginous fishes here, which is sharks and rays and their relatives. The whale shark is part of this group. It's a kind of carpet shark. And then you get your bony vertebrates. So your ray-finned fishes and your lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods, are bony fishes. Leadsichthys is one of these. It's a bony vertebrate. It's a ray-finned fish. So, much different from whale sharks in that regard. And Parathetamol says it's still mind-boggling that we share ancestors with these creatures. Yeah, I mean, we share ancestors with every living thing on Earth. Just to varying degrees, you know? Varying degrees of recency, I should say. And there's one of those hybodont sharks like I was telling you about. See the horns? It's a crocodile. Or crocodilomorph. It's a little bit goofy, but it's fun. I really like Chased by Sea Monsters. Hmm. Yeah, anyway, I'll give you a link to this. Right there. It's fun stuff. It's called Chased by Sea Monsters. And there you go, Andromeda, yeah. And I think Nature's Compendium has got a good video on Leadsichthys here too, if you're interested in that. If you want to learn more about this critter. Here. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but just want to introduce it to you.
Today are home to an incredible variety of
There's
fish
our whale shark.
And the largest fish to patrol our seas today is none other than the whale shark.
Yeah, happy International Whale
size,
Shark Day.
These gentle giants are filter feeders and eat tiny microscopic zooplankton. Other animals such as manta rays have also grown to immense sizes as filter feeders, as they glide through the ocean's currents gulping large swarms of zooplankton. But even the largest of whale sharks doesn't hold a candle to the largest fish to have ever lived, Leadsichthys, a bony fish so large that it rivaled modern-day whales in size. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the Jurassic giant and learn more about how it lived and what animals they shared the oceans with. Enjoy. The first remains of Leadsichthys were identified in the 1880s, when a farmer, Alfred Nicholson Leeds, discovered the fossils from loam pits near Peterborough, England. In May 1886, these were inspected by John Whitaker Hulk, who in 1887 partially reported them as the backplates of a Stegosaurian dinosaur, Dacenturus. However, on August 22nd, 1888,
yeah, O.C. Marsh is like,
dinosaur expert, Othniel Charles Marsh, inspected the fossils and concluded that these fossils were actually the bones of a giant fish. Within 2 weeks, British fish expert Arthur Smith Woodward examined the specimens and began to prepare a formal description published in 1889. In it, he named the species Leadsichthys problematicus. Leadsichthys roughly translates to Leeds fish, and Problematicus was added in reference to how difficult it was to recognize and interpret the remains as a fish to begin with.
Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, there's a link there in the chat for you. And Tridunk, I like that a lot. I met it. That's really fun. Oh, I could see a new cold open video. Tridunk. Oh no, sorry, Tridoon. I forgot that's an E. But I know it's Dune. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And how would the largest dinosaurs fare against tornadoes? Like a Baronosaurus or a T-Rex. That's SPR. Yeah, so there's some illustrations of this. It's Brachiosaurs. Yeah. Famous illustration right there. Who did this one? Was it Doug Henderson? I forget. Anyway, yeah, you know, a big tornado like that is going to pose a danger to just about any critter. Same for big sauropod dinosaurs, too. For any kind of dinosaur, really. Yeah. But what we do know is that, well, some of these dinosaurs I'm sure would have encountered tornadoes at some point. It would be enough of an uncommon occurrence that, like, it probably wouldn't have much of an impact on their population size or anything. Dinosaurs like this were remarkably successful. They lived for tens of millions of years. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Here, back to our, whale sharks and other filter-feeding critters here. So here's the thing. Nowadays we've got whale sharks swimming our oceans and filter-feeding right up here in the present, in the Holocene epoch of the Quaternary period. Prior to that, during the Cretaceous and earlier, you had those huge fish like Leadsichthys. What's the name of that group? Pachycormids. There we go. Some of these guys were enormous. Like Leadsichthys there in the red. Just gigantic. So that's from the Jurassic through the Cretaceous. You had giant pachycormid fishes like that. And in the Triassic, you had some weird filter-feeding critters too. Like Hupasuchus. This is a relative of the ichthyosaurs, if you're familiar with them. But these guys seem to have been filter feeders. Whether they're eating krill or whether they're eating small vertebrates like little fishes or what, I don't know if we really have a good handle on that so far. But this is a means of making a living that was tried and true for a lot of these critters, you know? Yeah. But it doesn't start with vertebrates. You had invertebrate animals prior to these guys. Hupasuchus is from the Triassic period, if memory serves. You would have had filter feeders during the Permian, the Carboniferous, the Devonian, the Silurian, the Ordovician, but back in the Cambrian, before vertebrate animals had even evolved, you had filter feeders back then as well. Let me introduce you to this bizarre kind of radiodont here.
In 2014, at a site in Morocco that now borders the Saharan desert, a local fossil collector came across the remains of a big something. It was dated to 480 million years old, near the start of the Ordovician period. The paleontologist who described the new fossil named it Igyrocassis, and they recognized that it was a member of a group of strange creatures known as radiodonts.
They're so weird and
Are
cool.
long extinct animals that looked kinda like lobsters. They had partly segmented bodies and eyes on stalks, like lobsters do, but they also had flaps hanging off each body segment that might have been used for swimming, and a pair of long head appendages that were used for feeding. And their name comes from their distinctive circular mouths.
Almost like a camera shutter, kind of?
Tooth plates, like the
Bizarre.
aperture of a camera lens. While fossils of these bizarre creatures were first found in the late 1800s, it wouldn't be until 1994 that paleontologists figured out that radiodonts were early arthropods. Although they look different from today's marine arthropods like lobsters, crabs, and shrimps, radiodonts had some telltale arthropod features, like a tough exoskeleton, a segmented body, gills, and appendages with joints.
And so this critter, while being a filter feeder, is much, much, much more closely related to the krill that whale sharks eat than to whale sharks themselves. My point is that filter feeding is one of those things that crops up again and again and again in different lineages of animals that are unrelated to each other. It's a beautiful example of convergent evolution where, you know, you can get similarities in morphology or in behavior or ecology without necessarily having to be a close relative.
But what was even weirder about this radiodont from Morocco was its massive size. At more than 2 meters long, it was not only the biggest radiodont ever, but it also may have been the biggest animal in the early Ordovician. And the reason
it's in the early Ordovician, sorry. I said it was from the Cambrian here. I guess I was thinking of like Anomalocars, but it's from the early Ordovician, so my apologies right there.
Is pretty surprising. This marine giant may have only been possible thanks to a major revolution among some of the tiniest organisms in the world.
Little Pig Pony says, who needs aliens when creatures like this existed? There you go. Yeah.
The first radiodonts show up in the fossil record in the early Cambrian period, about 40 million years before that big one from Morocco. And some of these radiodonts were tiny. For example, one early radiodont from China was about the size of a stick of gum, but it looks like it was a pint-sized predator. It had 2 appendages on its head that were curved and had sharp spines, which it probably used for grabbing equally tiny prey. And the top predator.
Did we know that critter was full grown?
Also radiodonts, with the biggest and best known ones in the genus Anomalocharus. Anomalocharus canadensis was found in the famous Burgess Shale of British Columbia and is dated to 505 million years ago. Fossils of this species show that it grew up to a half a meter long. While it would have been small compared to Igyrocassis, Anomalocharus was the largest predator in the Cambrian seas.
Yep. Nazoon says krill are filter feeders themselves. That's true. They eat phytoplankton, I believe, because they themselves are zooplankton, so they're like one size up. You know what? Actually, let's take a brief detour here. We'll get back to this video. Let's go a little bit deeper. Let's incept ourselves here. And let's talk about plankton. Zooplankton and phytoplankton. Let's take a look at this.
They undergo the largest migration
krill?
on Earth every single day. They number in the quadrillions and can grow as big as a car, though most can't be seen with the naked eye. Being underwater and out of sight means we rarely give them their due.
So since we're talking about
That's
filter feeders,
about to change.
let's try to understand their food.
Shrink
right here.
down as we enter the ocean microworld and discover the strange, the beautiful, the indispensable. Plankton.
What lovely videos so far. This is great. I've not seen this before.
Just what is plankton?
Oh, there's a channel here on Twitch called Pacific Plankton that you should really follow. How long has it been since Pacific Plankton has streamed? I'm afraid it might have been a while. Let's see.
This is a plankton, and I'm
2 years ago? Really? Shoot. Anyway, here's Pacific Plankton right here.
This is a planktonette, and I'm Pacific Plankton. I tow for plankton in San Francisco Bay.
Yeah.
I sample back to
Where I
the
live.
science fort, splat in the slide into the microscope, and voila, plankton.
Yep.
Always a surprise. The organisms I see amaze me. Such diversity can be hard to imagine. These are some of my favorite.
Looks like a copepod, maybe? Yeah.
You know you're plankton
Little
if
krill.
you're alive, in the water, and you're a drifter. While I often see larvae, plankton babies that'll settle out of the plankton as they grow, I never really know what I'll find when I dive into this world through the microscope. Like a magical looking glass, I see curious, cuddly, and alien creatures. Ctenophores, cnidarians. Why don't you join me and let's see what we can find together?
Pretty cool. Could we get a shout out for... We already got one for Pacific Plankton. Beautiful. Anywho, let's talk about that plankton a little bit more.
Greek for wanderer. They're the plants and animals that drift through the largest habitat on Earth, the ocean.
So that's really important to understand. Plankton is not a particular group of organisms. It's not like an evolutionary group. It's not a family. They're not actually related to each other. Plankton is a grab bag term for tiny drifting oceanic critters, plants and animals and protists and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. She was on a few months ago. Oh, thank you, Claire. Okay, good to know.
Plankton can be split into two main kinds. First, there's phytoplankton.
We're photosynthetic.
These are algae and other plant-like single-celled organisms that are powered by the sun through photosynthesis. The world owes at least half the oxygen we breathe to phytoplankton.
Like diatoms.
The second kind is zooplankton. These are the animals, and they come in almost every shape imaginable. Some plankton live their whole lives as floaters, drifting on the ocean currents.
Yep. Yeah. Mirth says, is it similar to marine snow, or is that specifically lower in the column? So marine snow is organic material it's basically just like fallout. So it's like dead particles, as I understand it. Plankton refers to living critters. I think that's the distinction. I'm not 100% certain, but that would be a distinction that would make sense to me. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
This transparent wiggler is a gossamer worm.
Yeah, we saw one of these in
Unlike
Pacific
their
Plankton's
earthworm cousins,
channel trailer there.
Gossamer worms like living above ground, and they spend their whole lives swimming. Don't let their elegance fool you, though. These worms are fierce predators to avoid. A nightmare for these copepods.
Oof.
Other plankton.
And Rathing says, can humans eat plankton? I'm sure some people do. Especially things like krill. So krill are a kind of zooplankton. They're microscopic crustaceans. People probably eat copepods as well. You just need a lot of them in order for them to actually be able to sustain you.
Can only spend the first part of their life as plankton
I think
before
it's true, Charlie's
settling
dragon.
down to the seafloor. Like this squat lobster, it grows and sheds its skin through 6 larval stages before reaching its final form. It swims around until it's ready to say goodbye to the planktonic life and sink down to the seafloor for a more grounded adult life. Other animals do the opposite, starting life on the ocean bottom before becoming planktonic nomads as adults. When the conditions are right, moon jellyfish bloom to become thousands of individuals. Then, the male moon jellies release sperm from their gonads into the water to fertilize eggs carried
Kind
by
of
the
broadcast
females.
fertilization.
Their offspring, very unjellyfish-looking hairy potatoes called planulae, quickly settle to the bottom of the ocean, where they metamorphose and open up at one end to become a polyp. One by one, Ephyra, pulsing symmetrical clones, will bud off the polyp and swim up into the water column to rejoin their planktonic brethren, eventually taking on the familiar shape of an adult jellyfish.
Cool.
The watery world of phytoplankton and zooplankton is a daily drama. An ocean teeming with plants and animals, predators and their prey, life and death. It's the ocean like you've never seen it before. Dive into
Amazing.
Season 1 of Micro Worlds. Plankton.
Good stuff. Here is a link. Whoop. There you go. So zooplankton, the microscopic animals, often eat phytoplankton, which are the photosynthetic, algae, planty kinds of critters. Things like diatoms. And then you get filter feeders that feed on both of them. Maybe mostly zooplankton? Yeah.
It caught prey with its frontal appendages, each equipped
Anyway,
with
some radiodonts were filter feeders. This one, Anomalocaris, is probably an active, maybe pursuit predator of other kinds of critters, so it's not a filter feeder. But it had relatives that did develop. They evolved to be filter feeders.
The jury's still out on whether its prey were hard-bodied, like trilobites, or soft-bodied, like worms and jellyfish. But either way, it was still a formidable predator. And with around 25 million years of evolution between these two radiodonts, why wouldn't the members of this group just have gotten bigger and badder over time? But weirdly enough, when paleontologists examined the feeding apparatus of Aegirocassis, they were surprised to discover that it was clearly not an active predator that went after large prey. Instead of grasping spines on its head appendages, they found an intricate structure made up of fine hair-like parallel spines, like the teeth of a comb. It looked like the kind of structure you'd find on a plankton eater, like a modern baleen whale. So instead of a fierce predator, paleontologists concluded that this giant of the Ordovician seas was a suspension feeder, an animal that feeds by straining plankton from the water rather than chasing larger prey. And it might be this feeding strategy
things like
to get so big.
I think a lot of corals and barnacles are also suspension feeders. Well, they also have these like kind of filamentous things that stick out. Sometimes they kind of wave a little bit in the water, but they just pick up little bits of organic material, often bits of plankton, sometimes krill, and then they eat them.
So big. If you look back into the fossil record at earlier radiodonts, there are a few other suspension feeders, but they started out a lot smaller. For example, Tamisiocaris was about the size of a shoebox and lived in the early Cambrian. Its appendages
There you go, gay
had
hibiscus, yeah. You were just talking about this.
fine spines on them that could filter out some of the smallest parts of the marine food webs, plankton. Now, plankton come in two basic groups.
We were just talking about this, yeah.
Plankton that make their own energy through photosynthesis, and zooplankton that eat phytoplankton and algae. Phytoplankton are microscopic, while some zooplankton are a bit bigger. And the delicate combs of Tamisiocaris would have allowed it to filter out prey as small as 0.5 millimeter, like copepods, which are teeny tiny crustaceans that are still around today. And even smaller suspension-feeding
copepods make up a large part of the diet of whale sharks.
Cambrian of Utah, about 502 million years ago. Named Pavantia, it was just under 24 centimeters long. Its head appendages had sharp spines in rows that were so close together it could have filtered out not only zooplankton but also the smaller phytoplankton. So being a suspension feeder doesn't necessarily make for a large body size, and you don't always need to be huge to subsist on plankton. That means that something else must have been going on in the late Cambrian to explain the rise of the biggest radiodont ever at the start of the Ordovician. And
What
that
was
something
that?
else was the tiniest revolution at the base of the marine food webs, one that would have extra large consequences. In modern ocean systems, phytoplankton live in sunlit zones, where they photosynthesize and then supply energy to the darker, deeper zones as they get eaten by zooplankton whose poop or decaying bodies sink to the ocean floor. This
As like
is part
marine
of the
snow,
process
like we were
known
talking
as
about,
the
yeah.
biological pump, which transfers biomass and energy from the surface of the ocean to the sea floor. And paleontologists thought that during the Cambrian, the surface was less connected to the dark ocean bottom because the water column in between was not full of plankton like it is now. The only fossil evidence of early Cambrian phytoplankton are microfossils called cysts. Many marine plankton today make cysts, which are little hard casings that may provide defense from toxins in their environment or to allow them to go dormant for a while. The fossil record for zooplankton is a little better. There are preserved mouthparts from tiny crustaceans and mineralized skeletons of radiolarians, single-celled animals that are usually considered to feed on phytoplankton. Both are similar to what you'd find today. Now, while plankton did become more complex throughout the Cambrian, overall they seem to have been less diverse and abundant until the end of the period. And as the Cambrian came to a close, a large radiation event got started. This is known as the Paleozoic Plankton Revolution, and it continued into the earliest Ordovician, with the whole event lasting less than 15 million years. While researchers are still debating exactly what caused the plankton revolution, it looks to have been linked to a major change in climate. 500 million years ago, there were upheavals in Earth's crust from tectonic activity. More rock was exposed to weathering, which drew carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. This caused what scientists call a reverse greenhouse effect. The Earth cooled rapidly, in geologic terms, as carbon dioxide levels plummeted over the span of 2 million years. The cooling created more suitable ocean temperatures for plankton, which began to flourish.
Southpaw wants to know, how do you even find plankton structure fossils like that? I mean, they're all over the place. Microfossils are by far the most abundant fossils that we have.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
And N. Simplex Pachinko.
Pachinko's search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? I hope it was good. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. We're just about to start talking about microfossils here. Yeah, super important stuff. Here, take a look at this. Oh, hang on. Sweetie Pie. He's pushing the camera around again. Yeah. In his diatomaceous earth fossils, it is Ungoy. Yeah, it's made of diatoms. The White Cliffs of Dover in England. Those are made of fossils. The chalk there is made of the tiny calcareous shells of ancient microorganisms. Microfossils are the most abundant of fossils, probably by several orders of magnitude. Anyway, Sweetie Pie is just loving being on camera today. Yeah, here. Looks like a radiolarian.
The creature that you just saw isn't an alien or mythical monster. They are remnants of prehistoric microorganisms that once lived in our planet millions of years ago.
We might be familiar with huge fossils like dinosaur bones or footprints, but the fossils these microorganisms left behind are very tiny and can only be properly analyzed through a microscope, and that's why they're named microfossils.
That looks like a
There
forearm
may be
right there.
different kinds of
Foraminiferan.
fossils, and they come in many unique shapes and sizes.
Yep, and I've got some of those. Well, you can't see because Sweetie Pie is in the way right here, but I've got an image with some microfossils right here up on the wall today of my office, because I knew that we'd be talking about filter feeding in different organisms. And so there you go. Yeah, what do you think, sweetie? Is that pretty cool? Yeah.
New species of microfossils are still being found, and it's amazing how unique they are from one another.
Yep.
Now,
and are diatoms significant to paleontology? Does the Pope poop in the woods, Pipper Papper? Absolutely, yes. Yes. Diatoms are 1,000,000% important to fossil science. Absolutely, yes.
if these fossils are so tiny, how do scientists collect them? And why collect these fossils at all? When you have big fossils like T-Rex skulls or ammonites, well, bigger is always better, right? Right? Let's find out.
No, I mean, you can get much larger sample sizes with microfossils, so they can be much more scientifically important than some of the larger fossils. You know, think about it this way. Most of the dinosaur fossils that we have, most of the dinosaurs that we know of, are known from one specimen. So most species of dinosaur that have ever been named are based on a single specimen. Here, we'll be talking about this dinosaur next week, a good deal, I think. Carnotaurus here. Well-known dinosaur in popular culture. You know, it's something of a dinosaur celebrity. It's only known from one specimen in the entire world. Only one has ever been found. And that's better known than most dinosaurs are, because at least that one skeleton of Carnotaurus is fairly close to complete. There we go. Let's find that skeletal here. So there's the known material of Carnotaurus. We're missing the tail. We're missing the distal hind limbs. But apart from that, it's pretty complete. We even have some skin impressions.
Ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus.
Craigery, thank you for the
Jurassic Age.
5 months.
Meat eater with long dagger-like teeth.
I appreciate that support. Thank you for keeping me here online. Appreciate that. Now, Carnotaurus is only known from one skeleton, and it's not complete, but it's still better known than most dinosaurs. Most dinosaurs that we have are based on just kind of a handful of bones. There are some dinosaurs that are known from literally thousands of complete skeletons. But those are kind of outliers. Most dinosaurs that have been named, most dinosaur species, are known from less material than this. Carnotaurus is actually remarkably complete for a dinosaur, especially one that's only known from one specimen. Contrast that with microfossils. You'll get complete ones by the thousands. And so you can get a much better idea of how common they are in certain ecosystems, what their growth trajectory might be. You can run like kind of destructive sampling tests on them because you've got many, many more specimens. You get an idea of individual variation and ontogeny and everything else. You've just got a much larger sample size. You've got more data. And so that's one of the reasons why microfossils are so darn important. Here.
Fossils requires a very thorough process, which includes collecting the samples, which are mostly limestone and shale, breaking them down, separating the particles using petroleum, sifting them through multiple sieves, and drying them.
Take your time. Approximately 10 hours later.
After being dried overnight, we get sand-like particles, and then we are ready to take a closer look. Looking like specks of sand through the naked eye, these microfossils look very different under a microscope. You will find yourself looking into a vast alien land filled with multiple species of microfossils. Separating the microfossils from mineral particles and shell fragments can take a lot of time, but once you find some microfossils, you can analyze them further under a scanning electron microscope, or SEM.
Yeah.
The SEM emits electrons onto the specimens to bring out even the tiniest of details. From here,
Very cool.
you can move on to identifying and classifying the microfossils from known sources such as Microtax. Microtax has the most recent microfossil records, and you can cross-check them with your findings to narrow down their classification. Now, let's see how microfossils are formed and why they are so important in geoscience.
Yeah, and here, during this segue, let me take a minute to answer Ragemaster's question there, because I think I understand it, Casey. Why there's so many skeletons from a single species compared to others, it can depend on a lot of things. I'll show you an example with 2 different dinosaurs to help explain. We'll do Coelophysis and Elitopelta. So Coelophysis is an early meat-eating dinosaur from the Triassic period of North America. We've got literally thousands of specimens of Coelophysis. Many of them are from a place called Ghost Ranch in New Mexico. You've probably seen this skeleton before. It's very, very common as a reproduction. You'll see it in tons of different museums. We have a cast of this at the museum just down the road from me in Berkeley, California, in the collections there. There are literally thousands of specimens of Coelophysis, because this seems to have been a really common dinosaur in its ecosystem. And that site, Ghost Ranch in New Mexico, happened to preserve a whole bunch of them all in the same time, the same place. So let me see if I can find you a clip talking about this. There we go.
So, starting in 1881, there have been a number of paleontologists that have searched these beds.
It really wasn't until the 1940s, right after World War II, that one of my predecessors, Ned Colbert, began excavating at Ghost Ranch. When Ned Colbert and his assistant, George Whitaker, first discovered the quarry, they thought it was probably just 1 or 2 little dinosaurs sticking out of the side of the cliff.
Yep.
But it is one of the world's great deposits of dinosaurs of any kind.
Yep.
My name is Mark Norell, and I'm the Macaulay Curator of Paleontology at the American Museum of Natural History. It's really unusual to find mass assemblages of dinosaurs. Occasionally we find things called bone beds, where we find lots of different species and we find single individual bones. But the thing that makes Ghost Ranch so special is so many entire skeletons are there, just piled on top of one another.
Most of what Colbert saw were these delicate bones of a carnivorous dinosaur named Coelophysis bari. When dinosaurs first appeared, they weren't the big animals on the block yet. They didn't dominate ecosystems anywhere in the world. They were all pretty small. When people think of dinosaurs, they usually think of T-Rex or giant sauropods like Apatosaurus, but this is what probably all early dinosaurs look like. And then later they grew into the gigantic monsters in movies and in dinosaur halls.
Ghost Ranch preserves our most detailed...
I know that voice. Shoot, that's Danny Barta, who was the other Danny at Montana State when I was there back in the 2010s. Yeah.
Picture of late Triassic ecosystems in North America. Having all the Coelophysis specimens together in one bone bed like this, it's the closest we, as paleontologists, can ever come to really truly finding an equivalent of a living population. I'm Danny Barta. I'm a PhD student in the Richard Gilder Graduate School.
I think he's got his PhD now.
Natural History. I'm interested in the growth and development of dinosaurs, particularly Coelophysis, because Coelophysis sort of set the standard for this body plan that we saw later carried to extremes in Tyrannosaurus and then Velociraptor, and this is the group that gave rise to birds.
We haven't...
Anywho, so Coelophysis is known from a bunch of different specimens, and that turns out to be really, really important for figuring out things about their ontogeny, individual variation, how they grew. Coelophysis may have lived in social groups. It may have been a pretty common dinosaur in its environment. Contrast that with another dinosaur, Elitopelta, You see it right there in the kind of gray-blue. It's an ankylosaur. So, an armored dinosaur. Right here. Aletopelta is only known from one specimen. And it's a weird one. It was found at the bottom of an ancient ocean deposit. So, this dinosaur drifted out to sea. It's an animal that very much lived on land. So it's a land-living dinosaur, as you would imagine by looking at it here. But somehow a carcass of it got washed way, way, way out to sea, maybe like 100 kilometers from the nearest land, sank to the bottom, and then was preserved like this. You're looking at the arms and the chest of the animal right here. And there's a bunch of fossil oysters all over it. This dinosaur is only known from one specimen because it was a weird fluke. It was like one carcass of this happened to get washed out to sea and then fell to the bottom of the ocean and was deposited. So Aletopelta, we've got one specimen of this animal. The whole species, we've only ever found one, and it's very incomplete. For Coelophysis, we've got thousands of individuals that were preserved on land on this floodplain. Not only were they probably more common in their environment, but like, we just got lucky in finding a whole bunch of them in the same spot. Maybe they were congregating there for some reason, but, you know. The old story is it was during a drought.
The planet was clumped together in one vast supercontinent.
Jasoon,
Dinosaurs
thank you for the 4
occupied every
months.
corner of that world.
I appreciate the support. Thank you, Jasoon. Thank you. Anywho, does that answer your question? I hope it does, Ragemaster. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Patrick Crusader says, wait, is that true? Do we only have one Spinosaurus specimen? It depends on who you ask. We kind of have none. The original holotype of Spinosaurus was destroyed by an RAF bombing raid in World War II. It's a really sad story, actually. There have been other Spinosaurs found in North Africa since then, but whether or not they're the same critter, the same kind of Spinosaur, it's a difficult idea to test because the original material we don't have anymore. It got destroyed. So yeah, whether or not Spinosaurus maracanus is the same animal as Spinosaurus aegypticus, the original one from Egypt. Oh. Okay, I'll see you later, sweetie pie. We don't know. It's complicated. So yeah. Anyhow, yeah. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video here on microfossils and plankton and why they're important. Let's get rid of some of these tabs. Here we go.
In simple terms, when a creature or organism gets rapidly buried by sediments, any organic material is stripped away, and under immense pressure from ever-building sediments on top, water carries in minerals, which slowly mineralize the remains.
This explanation actually makes more sense for the marine micro critters than it does for dinosaurs.
Turning them into fossils.
Anyway,
the same
I'm not
happens
gonna
with microfossils. When they die, they get rapidly buried by sediments, leaving behind their fossilized remains. The principle of faunal succession tells us that newer fossils always lie on top of older fossils. Superposition also gives us a similar principle that older strata occur below younger strata. When these two principles are considered together, we can get an idea about biostratigraphy, which is the specific branch of stratigraphy that uses fossils found in strata to serve as biological markers and give a more precise estimate of the rock unit's age. Microfossils are crucial for biostratigraphy. As they are
they're
so
super common.
diversely abundant in fossil records, they can be used as biological markers to determine the age of the surrounding rocks.
And that's really, really important. Here, I have on my bookcase over here some books about precisely this. Here. Here we go. So the way that we actually correlate rocks the same ages in different parts of the world is often looking at these microfossils. So trying to find you a good visual example of this here. And Macy Paw, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Here, that'll work. Actually, let's go to the Cretaceous. Or Jurassic, that'll work. So this is true of microfossils like forams and diatoms and critters like that. It's also true of ammonites. But this is the lower Jurassic period here. And you've got these different organisms that you find in different spots around the world. And when you find these, you can kind of correlate time based on them. Does that make sense? So that's true of ammonites. It's true of... And here's some of those ammonite fossils right here. If you find these ones in a particular area, you can go, oh, well, those are rocks from this particular time. And then you can cross-check that with other stuff too. You've got a hypothesis that, hey, these are probably from this particular time where we find these ammonites in another part of the world. You can cross-reference it with radiometric dating, with foraminifera, with diatoms, with radiolaria, until you eventually just get this, you know, a geological timescale, like we have here. One of the things I really love about this is it's so integrative and collaborative. There are literally thousands of researchers around the world who have all contributed information to this, and we're all working with each other, using each other's data, and trying to fit these puzzle pieces in. And it's such a beautiful, you know, elegant, complete product at the end. Complete product. It's never complete. We're always building on it. But it's just lovely how that works, you know? Looking at these different organisms and being able to put them into their proper stratigraphic context and using different findings to challenge or reinforce old ideas, depending on whether or not things fit, you know? It's beautiful. Yeah. And whale sharks and books. Yeah, Macy Pot, happy International Whale Shark Day. It's good to have you here. We were talking about plankton and other marine microorganisms, what whale sharks feed on, and then that got us into microfossils, and let's finish this out here, shall we?
Crucial for biostratigraphy. As they are so diversely abundant in fossil records, they can be used as biological markers to determine the age of the surrounding rocks. This information is crucial for geoscientists and researchers, and also oil and gas, mining, and related industries.
Yep.
To understand the importance of microfossils even better, let's talk to an expert, Dr. Puhana. He's an associate professor at the University of Texas at Dallas.
Oh, there are microfossils in the Cambrian, there are microfossils in the very recent, in the Holocene. So you will find microfossils very much anywhere where the preservation happens.
Yep.
So here, in this piece of the Austin chalk we have here, this Austin chalk is absolutely formed
Austin,
by
Texas.
microfossils, even nanofossils, which are one order of magnitude smaller. You know, we use different techniques. We use a microscope, different kinds of microscope. We use scanning electron microscopes down there, take pictures, like the ones over here, and classify them. And in that way, we can tell the age and the environment and know about the past. That's all we do. Thank you.
So, we can see that microfossils, even if they are tiny, they create an immense impact in our day-to-day lives. So, the next time you pick up a rock, remember, there could be tiny little creatures that once lived millions of years ago.
Pretty neat. Yeah. I'll give you a link to that video right there. Good stuff. let's see. We had a question from Miss Yvette. Do you think earthquakes can expose dinosaur fossils? They can. Maybe not in the dramatic way that you're thinking of, where it's like there's an earthquake and suddenly there's fossils on the surface. But more in the sense that earthquakes can cause things like fault scarps to come up, and you can get areas where you would have erosion where you wouldn't otherwise have erosion. It can bring like sediments from the valley floor, strata that are laid down that were once a valley floor. It can suddenly make them raised so it can become a hill or a cliff or something, and eventually you can get that. But we're talking about like maybe thousands of years after earthquakes. Do you actually have them start to, like, fossils can be found there afterward? At least that's what I immediately think of, because that's kind of how it is here in the Bay Area. A lot of our topography here, a lot of the topography that we have here in the Bay Area, hazy today. Wow. There's a live cam view of the San Francisco Bay Area. San Francisco, Emeryville, Berkeley. There's the Golden Gate Bridge out there. Like the Oakland Hills and Berkeley Hills, where this camera is situated for this shot. These were the parts that were brought up by the by earthquakes along the Hayward Fault, because the Hayward Fault runs right through Berkeley. I'd love to be able to do an earthquake stream sometime in September. I'm looking at getting some mobile data so that we can do that again, and also so that I can stream from TwitchCon. But we'll try and do an earthquake stream from the UC Berkeley campus, because I think that would be really neat. Yeah. Let me know in the chat if you think that'd be cool, if you'd like to see that. Give me a 3 in the chat if you like that idea. We'd be looking at the Hayward Fault, looking at places where you can actually see one part of Berkeley moving north and the other part moving south. Maybe we could get into Memorial Stadium and see where the bricks are offset on either side of the fault. Stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah. And Gustavo Moreira says, all science content must be praised. A big hug from Brazil. Well, a big hug to you too from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area here in coastal California. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some IRL live streams next month from the Bay Area and beyond. So, yeah. 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 Anyway, International Whale Shark Day. Let's get back to, oh, thank you, Murph, for those 3 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Murph. Your generosity is much appreciated.
Murph the subscription.
Appreciate that, Murph. Doesn't look like we're gonna reach our sub goal for this week, because this is our last stream of the week, and, yeah. Anywho. It's still been good, though. Thank you, Murph. And there's the lights flashing for Murph's gift subs. Thank you, Murph. Anyway, yeah. An optic nerve.
This was our world 225 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Or 35 months ago. Thank you, Optic Nerve, for those 35 months of support with those primes. I appreciate that, Optic Nerve. Thank you. And Casey Snort says the Twitch subathon is starting. Maybe people have been waiting for those discounts to sub? Could be. Yeah. Anyway, and Hazanku, I'm glad you liked the light. Yeah. This is in celebration of, International Whale Shark Day. And Salamander, you did not have to do that. Thank you so much for those 10 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Look at this lovely Tinamou bird. Super excited for those 10 gift subs. A little too excited. Uh-oh.
Sloppy Salamander is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Salamander. Holy cow. And another bird here. Different kind of excited. Thank you, Celeste, for the 5 gift subs.
With those 5 gift subs.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. And, looks like we've got a hype train going here. Level 3 achieved. Beautiful. Thank you for the support. Again, we are talking about whale sharks today.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Lenina, for that gift sub.
The tier 1 sub to sold out underscore.
Appreciate that, Lenina. Yeah. Again, we're talking about whale sharks today for International Whale Shark Day. Thank you for the support, helping make this possible, everybody. And, yeah, we're gonna... And the Raven.
It belongs in a museum.
That belongs in a museum.
Thank you, the Raven. Appreciate you for those 100 bits. Anyway, whale sharks. There's our whale shark right there. This is at the Georgia Aquarium, by the way. Yeah. And PyroKitties Tavern says we try to make it to the Georgia Aquarium once a year to see the whale sharks there. They're so beautiful. They really are. And it's kind of amazing how many people get to see these critters every year. Like, they are invaluable ambassadors to people in the state of Georgia and beyond. Anyhow, they are really neat critters. And there's some sawfish in there as well. Oh, I love sawfish so much. And Miss Yvette, thank you for the 245 bits. Appreciate that, Miss Yvette. Thank you. And happy Whale Shark Day to you too, Whiskey Pirate. Do I have a favorite prehistoric shark? There's even a way to classify them other than shark? Oh yeah, absolutely. Here. I'm so glad you asked, because there's actually a lovely, goofy video that I found this morning. Just, kind of randomly found this. But, yeah, we've got pretty good understanding of shark phylogeny at this point. Take a look at this video that I found. There we go. This is one of those YouTube channels that, it's got 223 subscribers. It should have 1,000 times more than that. But this video is 11 years old, and I don't know if they really made many other videos after this one. So clearly there was a lot of work that went into this. It's goofy, but it's well done and it's fun. I don't know. YouTube is such a difficult platform to find success on oftentimes. You know, that's why I'm here on Twitch and not on YouTube, by the way.
Hey guys, this is Dr. Jaws. Today I'm going to try something new and put videos on YouTube in order to explain more about the wonderful, wonderful world of sharks. Right now, let's dive into the magic of shark classification. So say you're at home watching your favorite rendition of Pride and Prejudice when all of a sudden a certain dark knight appears in your living room and says,
"What?
Hey, I need your help with something." Ah! You cry, both confused and concerned.
I got attacked by a shark back in the 1960s. I just really want to know what species it was.
Okay, I guess I can help with that.
Here's a picture.
Upon looking at the photo, you decide that the best place to start is figuring out the order of the animal. So sharks come in 8 basic flavors. They are...
That's sharks today, at least. There were many, many, many more groups of sharks back prior to today. Many of these gone without a trace. They left no descendants, so they're completely extinct. But these are the extant shark orders, as you see here. So these are groups with living representatives.
Are squatiniforms, pristophoriforms, squaliforms, hexanchiforms, carcharodontiforms, lambdaforms, erectolobiforms, or heterodontiforms. Yes, they are all long and complicated names, but they're actually not that hard to understand once you break it down. First, determine whether or not your shark has an anal fin. If it does not have an anal fin, it can either be squatiniforms, pristophoriforms, or squaliforms. These three orders are pretty easy to distinguish from one another, as squatiniforms look like flattened pancakes, pristophoriforms have a
So those are saw sharks there, which are not related to sawfish.
really scary long nose, and squaliforms just are the other. But wait, your guy has an anal fin. Okay, that's great. Check out if it has one dorsal fin or two dorsal fins. If it has two dorsal fins, it can be one of four orders, but if it has one, it can only be one thing, hexanchiforms. These guys look really freaky and are considered the most primitive looking sharks, but I think they're still really cool. Anywho, after you determine it has two dorsal fins and one anal fin, you have to figure out if it has spines or not. If it has spines and a ridiculously cute face, then that will be a heterodontiform. If it does not have spines, it can be one of three things, carcharodontiforms, lambdaforms, and or electolobiforms.
So when we're looking at this, by the way, this is not like some arbitrary way to classify sharks. Like, this has also been confirmed with molecular data as well. So what we're talking about here is not, oh, we're going to throw these sharks into this group because they look similar. No, these ones actually shared recent common ancestors. That's why they're grouped together like that, and that's why their DNA is more similar in between these groups as well. Like, among these groups, I mean. In science, we try to find multiple ways of falsifying a hypothesis, and if multiple ways all fail to falsify it, then it might be true. And that's basically how this works as well. You might have a hunch that two different kinds of sharks are related to one another, and you try and disprove that as best you can, and if you can't do it, then they might actually be close to each other. You can do that through morphology. You can do that through, well, morphology is like general body shape, anatomy. You can do that through DNA as well, like seeing if their genetic codes match up. And so you've got different lines of evidence that all kind of lead to the same conclusion, that this is what the family tree for sharks looks like.
Now, erectolobiforms are pretty easy to separate from the other two, as they have their mouth placed well in front of their eyes. But carcharodontiforms and lambdaforms kind of look really similar, and the only way you can tell between the two is whether or not one of them has a nictitating membrane.
Yep.
What in the world is a nictitating membrane? It's basically a cool eyelid thing. When a carcharodontiform shark comes really close to prey, this eyelid thing comes up to protect it from any kind of damage. Lambdaforms lack this feature and so are always worried that their eyes will be poked out every time they go bite a seal. Now, as our shark has one anal fin, two dorsal fins, no fin spines, and a mouth that's placed either under or behind the eyes, it could be one of two things, a carcharodontiform or lambdaform. Fortunately, if you look really closely, we can see in this picture that, yes, an eyelid thing is coming up as it bites its helpless victim. So, this is a carcharodontiform shark. Now, we can go into more detail, but I'll probably save that for another video. In the meantime, just settle on, hey, congratulations, you got a carcharodontiform.
Thanks. That wasn't really helpful.
Well, at least the general public has a better understanding of basic shark classification. So, go out there and try to class as many sharks as you can, because that's how you have fun. Thank you.
Cool stuff. Here's a link to that video right there. Goofy, but maybe useful. While we're doing that, go back to our tree of life here. I guess while we're on this subject, I mean. Carcharodontiformes. And what's that? Speech there. Laminoid sharks. Let's go there. So you can look at these different shark groups here on our tree of life. But I've no better understanding of prehistoric sharks. Oh, sorry, Whiskey Pirate. There might be another video on the phylogeny of ancient sharks, but many of those are going to fit into the groups that we just saw there. Here, let's find a whale shark. Rhynchodon typus. Here we go. There's right there. So it's one of the carpet sharks. Erectolobiformes, which are in turn, well, yeah, part of the main group of sharks there. But yeah. The spiral shape of the tree is so cool. Isn't that neat? Why did I? Yeah. And Whiskey Pirate says, how long has the whale shark been around for? Do we know? We talked about this a little bit earlier. They've been around for maybe 30 million years. Something like that. Certainly after the extinction of the dinosaurs and the other big marine reptiles, and some of the other big fishes that would have been filter feeders at the time. So, yeah. But we talked about that earlier. If you want to check out the VOD and go back in time a little bit, you can see that. Anywho. Where were we before this? Oh yeah, we were talking about filter feeding critters from long before sharks. Because the theme for today isn't just whale sharks. We're using whale sharks as kind of a means of talking about the evolution of filter feeding throughout the ages. Here.
Photosynthesizing phytoplankton took in more carbon dioxide and released oxygen into the atmosphere, which made the temperature changes happen even faster. As plankton grew denser and more diverse, they may have ramped up the biological pump going from the sunlit ocean surface to the deep sea floor, transforming oceans into more nutrient-rich, productive ecosystems like what we see today. And that is when the big radiodont Igyrocassis showed up. More abundant plankton meant suspension feeders could get much larger because there was just more food available. Paleontologists count Igyrocassis as the first of the giant suspension feeders. These would eventually come to include members of the agnathan fishes, nautiloids, placoderms, sharks, bony fishes, reptiles, ammonites, and mammals.
I love that. Let's hear that one more time. Giant suspension feeders. This kind of way of making a living, like just filtering stuff out of the water and subsisting on that, has evolved in many different groups.
Giant suspension feeders. These would eventually come to include members of the agnathan fishes, nautiloids, placoderms, sharks, bony fishes, reptiles, ammonites, and mammals. And in fact,
So many. Holy cow.
Suspension feeding to large body size in whales. The biggest animal on Earth now, or ever, is not an active predator, but a plankton eater, the blue whale. While the radiodonts didn't make it beyond the Devonian period, the evolution of Igyrocassis was a preview of what was to happen independently in many other groups of animals. It took a tiny explosion at the base of the marine.
And hang on. Frozen Obscurity says, so sharks went from eating plankton to bigger things? No. No. That's not the... Here, I want to make this really clear. Eating plankton is a different way of making a living, and you get this in lots of different kinds of animals. It's not like there's a progression or like a natural kind of... You don't progress from being a plankton eater to eating large prey. It's not how it works. Evolution doesn't work in a straight line. It's not a story of progress like that. If you're thinking about it that way, you're looking at it completely wrong. It's just doing what works and continuing to survive. And certain new niches open up. You get new resources to exploit, and then different groups evolve to do that. But it's not... The story of sharks is the story of... sharky organisms kind of radiating outward and exploiting new different niches. Some of them became, giant macro predators. Think like white sharks, tiger sharks, bull sharks, stuff like that. Megalodon is a good example of that too. And then you get sharks that are benthic feeders. They're just feeding kind of like along the bottom. Think about nurse sharks. They're also very successful. They're very good at what they do. You get filter feeding sharks, like whale sharks or basking sharks. And by the way, they are not closely related to each other. So whale sharks are over here, and basking sharks are way over here. totally different group. Even though both of those are filter feeders, they're not related to each other closely at all. Evolution is about, like, changing, adapting to your environment, and doing what works. It's not about progress or anything like that. Does that make sense? Anywho, Frozen Obscurity, I'm so glad you asked that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Macy Paw says it's fascinating how some of the biggest creatures on our planet feed on some of the smallest. You bet. And that is kind of a consistent theme that we see, is oftentimes the biggest organism in a given environment is a filter feeder. Yeah.
More abundant plankton meant suspension feeders could get much larger because there was just more food available. Paleontologists count Igyrocassis as the first of the giant suspension feeders. These would eventually come to include members of the agnathan fishes, nautiloids, placoderms, sharks, bony fishes, reptiles, ammonites, and mammals. And in fact, recent research links suspension feeding to large body size in whales. The biggest animal on Earth now, or ever, is not an active predator, but a plankton eater, the blue whale. While the radiodonts didn't make it beyond the Devonian period, the evolution of Igyrocassis was a preview of what was to happen independently in many other groups of animals. It took a tiny explosion at the base of the marine food webs almost 500 million years ago to set the stage first for the largest radiodont ever, and ultimately for our modern oceans.
Very cool. I'll give you a link to that video as well. And Plane Shifter had a good question here. Did sharks and dinosaurs exist at the same time? And I don't mean birds. Thank you for clarifying. Non-avian dinosaurs. The answer is sharks evolved before the first dinosaurs. Long before. It depends on what you consider a shark versus like a shark ancestor. But, Selachii, this group here that includes all of our modern sharks, this group did arise around the same time as the first dinosaurs, but there are other things that existed long before, kind of proto-sharks, that existed long before the first dinosaurs. So things like Stethecanthus. There we go. Yeah. These guys lived long before the first dinosaurs. These are from what, like the Mississippian period, I think? So they're like approaching 100 million years before the first dinosaurs. Yeah. There's that... People love to break out this phrase. It's become something of a cliche that like, oh, sharks are older than trees are. But that's the thing, is that trees are not really a real taxonomic group. What we call trees are an assortment of a whole bunch of different kinds of unrelated plants. But at the same time, the very first, like, tall plants on land were things like, maybe Archaeopteris? Yeah. It's like this, and I think this is from, yeah, the Upper Devonian. So sharks had already been around for a while, or at least what you might call sharks had already been around for a while before these guys. So yeah, it is true, I guess. Like, I could nitpick and try and be really, really precise about the terminology, but for most intents and purposes, yes, sharks are older than trees. Whatever trees are, you know? But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. How about Saturn's rings? I think those are even more recent. I think Saturn's rings are only like 80 million years old. When did Saturn's rings form? This is from last year. Research published on May 12th in the journal Science Advances pegs the age of Saturn's rings at no more than 400 million years old. This makes the rings much younger than Saturn itself, which is about 4.5 billion years old. So yeah. By most estimates, the first chondrichthyan fishes, what you might call sharks, not really crown group sharks, but like, I don't know, ancestral sharks, are about 420 million years old. Yeah. By the way, if you're really interested in this kind of thing, there's a wonderful book I can recommend to you that I've actually been reading. It just came out. This book is called The Secret History of Sharks by John Long. And it's all about ancient sharks. It's about their fossil history. It's about the story of unraveling these mysteries. And holy cow, Stats Bloke! Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. How was your stream, Stats Bloke? I hope it was real good. Hello, sharks! Happy International Whale Shark Day today. I hope you're having a good one. We've been talking about whale sharks. We've been talking about the evolution of filter feeding. And why we should care about it. Holy cow, Stats Bloke. I hope you had a really, really good stream. Frozen Yak says the game was evil to Stats. I'm sorry to hear that. But, you know what's definitely not evil is these gentle giants, whale sharks. Here we go. Let's get one to swim in front of the camera here. Go right there. It's International Whale Shark Day. Caterpiggle says, I've been filter feeding for a couple of years now. Really? How's that going? Yeah. And I was just recommending this book by John Long for anybody who wants to know about the evolution of sharks, about their fossil history. I would highly recommend this book here. Do we have a video with John talking about this? Let's see, 3 years ago. Oh, here's an interview.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Elasmocast. Today we have a really special guest. We have the Australian paleontologist John Long, who most
Jim was interviewed for
recently has
this.
been in media for this book right here.
This just came out.
The Secret History of Sharks. So yeah, we're going to be discussing that, and we're going to be discussing all sorts of different chondrichthyan-related topics. So how are you doing, John?
I'm good, thanks, Ben. Very good.
Yeah, so you just came out with this book. So I would
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this. Well, here, let's get John Long to talk about something else here.
What would you classify as a shark? Because every paleontologist seems to think of something different when they think of a shark.
That's
a different definition.
Very good question. It's still a hard one to answer. I mean, I go back to the fact that they have a highly specialized kind of cartilage, globular calcified cartilage with tesserae. And that seems to be a unique kind of cartilage that only sharks and shark-like things have. But then we get back in the fossil record, and of course, something that's a novelty has to evolve along the way, and usually with stepping stones. So you get strange intermediate forms in the Middle Devonian, some of which have the definite impression of calcified globular cartilage, like some of the Bolivian fossils, like the ones from Zamnopterygion and Pucapampella, things like that, and others that don't seem to have that, or have that cartilage, but have a different type of tooth arrangement, like Pucapampella. Other defining features of sharks, apart from cartilage, is of course then it gets deep into the anatomy of the brain case and the teeth. The fact that
cool stuff. If you really like sharks, you might want to subscribe to that channel on YouTube. I think, yeah, Jim Kirkland was interviewed for this, episode number 4.
And today we have a very special guest. We have paleontologist Jim Kirkland. How are you doing today?
Well, it's been a busy day, New stegosaurs being sold off on Sotheby's, and dealing with getting our dig site opened up, find some new dinosaurs. It's always something.
Anyway, for anybody new to this channel, I worked with Jim for like a month this summer, and last summer too, and the summer before that. Jim's the state paleontologist of Utah, and we were out digging dinosaurs together in Utah just a few weeks ago. Yeah, less than a month ago now.
I started was Marine Cretaceous, graduate school, but I started, I had an interest in dinosaurs, but I even was thinking of going into trilobites when I first started into grad school.
Anywho, yeah. Did I give you that link? Here. Check that one out. I actually need to listen to this whole thing. I haven't listened to it yet. Maybe later when I take a shower, I can put that on the shower speaker. Any chance I can get to, catch up on things. As busy as I have been lately. We saw that guy in the dirt. Yes, indeed, Ungoy. Yeah. Thank you again, StatsBloke, for that wonderful raid. I really appreciate it, and I'm sorry that the game you were playing was unkind to you. But I appreciate you bringing everybody here. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Back to our whale sharks here. And let's talk a little bit about filter feeding in general. Well, first let's do this. Let's take a look at this video of whale sharks feeding.
My name is Kat McFadden, and I am a senior aquarist here at Georgia Aquarium. And I have the privilege of working with our Ocean Voyager exhibit, which is one of the largest aquatic habitats in the world. It's over
pretty darn cool.
3 million gallons of temperate salt water. It's also home to some of the largest fish in the world, including our 4 whale sharks and 3 manta rays, and about 8,000 other smaller fish as well.
Let's skip to the whale sharks here.
To keep all of these animals happy and healthy and on a day-to-day basis. So I thought I'd share with you guys just a little glimpse of what my day looks like in Ocean Voyager. Follow me. Welcome to the deck of Ocean Voyager. Right now you are watching Yushan eat. He's got a red ladle and Kayla is feeding him on the second line over. The whale sharks definitely go through quite a bit of krill, so even though their food is very small, they still need to eat quite a lot of it. We're looking at up to 50 pounds of food a day per whale shark, and they're still growing. Whale sharks, despite their name, they are true sharks. However, they are the largest fish in the ocean.
Or just non-tetrapod fish. Here, when I say that, what I mean is this. Technically, every creature with a backbone is a fish, including you and me. So, let's zoom in on our tree of life to the ray-finned fish. Right here, we've got our ray-finned fish. Which, when you think of fish, this is usually what you think of. You know? Yeah, this is everything from clownfish to salmon, from ocean sunfish to tuna to minnows to whatever. They're all ray-finned fishes. But you also have your cartilaginous fishes. These are sharks and rays and their relatives. And so right here, you go up a little bit further, you get to where these groups split. You got the jawed vertebrates. So these are animals with backbones. And then you get to your jawless vertebrates, which are also fish, hagfish, and lampreys, and critters like that. So, jawless fish, jawed fish, aka jawed vertebrates, cartilaginous fish, bony vertebrates. These are vertebrates that have bony skeletons, not cartilage, but bones made of bone rather than made of cartilage. That's like us. And like your bony ray-finned fishes. And then you get the lobe-finned fishes over here. And this group, lobe-finned fishes, Sarcopterygii, this includes tetrapods. I want to make that very, very clear. This includes tetrapods. Okay? You got that? Tetrapods are amphibians, reptiles, and mammals, including us. Tetrapods are a kind of lobe-finned fish. So when she said in that video that whale sharks are the largest fish in the ocean, it's not actually true in a phylogenetic sense. The blue whale would be the largest fish in the ocean. Because sure, whales are mammals, and thus are not fish, but mammals are actually a kind of fish. All vertebrate animals are. All tetrapods are. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anyway, and the reason why they are fish, the reason why mammals are a kind of Sarcopterygian fish is because they evolved from a Sarcopterygian fish ancestor. The word fish is pretty much equivalent to the word vertebrate. All vertebrate animals are fish because they evolved from fish. Yeah. Every single critter that you see in here is a fish. Moray eels, and this kind of perchy guy, whoever that is, rays, lampreys, but also birds, mammals, amphibians. They all evolved from a fishy ancestor, so they are fish. Does that make sense? Yeah. Go Fish the First says everyone are fish and trees aren't real. Here's the thing. Fish is an actual, like, group. At least vertebrates are a group. There's one ancestor and all of its descendants. That's what we call a clade. A clade is a group of living things. A group of living things where it's the ancestor and all of its descendants. So, yeah, here we go. Taxon A and B form a clade. And then taxon A, B, and C also form a clade if you go a bit further down there. Anyhow. Trees are not a clade. So if we go to here to our Tree of Life and we search tree, we're going to get a bunch of different things, but there's no one group of trees. Let me show you. Cabbage tree palm. Let's jump to that. So a palm is a kind of angiosperm, if I remember correctly. It's a flowering plant. Over here. Yeah, this one's nested pretty deep, isn't it? Man, it just keeps going. There's so many species within this clade. Holy cow. And there we go. Cabbage tree palm. So we can go out to our angiosperms, our flowering plants. Many trees are kinds of flowering plants, but there's also trees that are not flowering plants. So my point is that tree is not a clade. It's not an actual evolutionary group. It's just kind of a label that people stick on things that aren't necessarily related to each other. And Lordy says, where's my strainer? I'm trying to drain some beans. Lordy. It's, yeah, where might that be? We're talking about filter feeding today. And, oh, Lordy, the printer is on the fritz. I ordered some more toner for it. So I wasn't able to print some more things. So for more stuff for the office wall today, I had to borrow some items from the kitchen. So you can come get it if you need to. Otherwise, I'll be done with the stream pretty soon. Anyway. The point is, trees are not a group. It's just kind of a label that gets slapped onto stuff that look vaguely similar. They're tall plants. I guess people call them trees, but various trees are not actually related to each other. It's not a real evolutionary group. Does that make sense? Yeah. So treeness evolved many times, but fishness came from a common ancestor. Bingo, Nazoon. That is... Yes. Correct. That's a great way of putting that, Nazoon. I like that a lot. I'm gonna have to remember that turn of phrase, actually. That's excellent. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our whale sharks here.
30 feet. Even the record sizes can get a lot bigger than that. So these are very large fish, and it takes quite a bit of food to keep them happy and satiated. I've talked to many guests who, they see these whale sharks and they ask if they're whales, and when they find out, nope, they're sharks, that can be kind of a scary thing, a shark that is that big. However, these are incredibly docile creatures.
I mean, a whale is more likely to hurt you than a whale shark is. Especially in captivity. Shoot.
Despite their ginormous size, that huge mouth, the only thing they care about is plankton that is about this big. I'm hoping that by coming to the aquarium and seeing all of our beautiful creatures, that our guests will start to just get an idea of how unique and varied and what is out there in these oceans. And even by changing one small thing that we do in our day-to-day routines, whether that's making sure that we're recycling or being mindful of our carbon emissions, even just taking a carpool, that can have collectively a huge impact.
Well, that's true. Like, these are things it's good to feel good about decisions like that you make like that in your day-to-day life, but this whole like greenwashing thing where it's like, oh, it's all about individual consumer decisions that you make, and you know, that's not going to save the world. We need like massive policy action. It's, I don't know, refusing a plastic straw here and there is not going to make a difference. What's going to make a difference is actually having leadership that puts laws in place, regulates things. Like, that's where you make actual progress, you know? Not bringing a canvas bag to the supermarket. That's a wonderful thing to do, but don't let that become what keeps you from pushing for real, actual change that actually does make a difference, you know? Anyway, yeah.
Not only on the ocean, but on all these animals that live in it. I'm truly thankful that you got to join me for a glimpse into our routine every day at Ocean Voyager. And I encourage you to come visit us in person. Let us share these beautiful creatures with you. And if you can't make it in person, that's okay too. Visit our website at georgiaaquarium.org and take a look at all the virtual offerings that we have available for you as well. Thanks. Have a great day.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Anywho, Ungoy says the vast production of pollutants come from businesses. Yeah, and from militaries as well. Yeah, the single largest polluter in the entire world is the Pentagon. The U.S. Department of Defense. You know, individual consumerist choices aren't going to make a dent in that, I can tell you. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this right here. Speaking of conservation. I don't know if this is the one that I was looking for. It's not. Here, give me a second here. Let's take a look at this.
A glorious mountainous island. Taiwan was shaped by the convergence of the Pacific and Eurasia plates. Nestled at the crossroads of the Tropic of Cancer, the island enchants with its diverse climate zones, which blend seamlessly across varied landscapes and diverse ecosystems. Taiwan's geographic position lands at the intersection of the East China Sea, South China Sea, and the Philippine Sea. Here, 3 ocean currents converge: the Kuroshio Current, the Kuroshio Branch Current, and the China Coastal Current.
So you're probably going to get a
This
lot of
exceptional geographical location makes
whale
Taiwan
shark
home
food.
to 10% of the world's marine species. Eastern Taiwan in particular attracts a variety of migratory fish, including the majestic whale sharks, thanks to the convergence of the Kuroshio Current with local coastal rivers. As the largest fish in the ocean, whale sharks from this region have found an unexpected home at the Georgia Aquarium. These magnificent creatures.
It's a huge facade. I've never actually seen that from the outside.
Region have found an unexpected
or the
home.
inside. Wow, that's a big building. Makes sense.
At the Georgia Aquarium. These magnificent creatures are ready to amaze and inspire visitors like you.
Transporting whale sharks from Taiwan to Atlanta is a logistical challenge that we've been able to overcome.
I saw this guy in the other video.
Successfully several times. It takes a lot of planning, months of planning, enormous amount of gear, partners in the airline industry and through government regulatory agencies all working together in order to make sure that we do right by the animals and have a logistical plan that's workable.
Georgia Aquarium has been working with National Taiwan Ocean University for quite some years.
I think we want to understand patterns of migration on whale sharks. Where do the males and females go, and when do they come together to reproduce? And where do the females
really
go
cool,
to
Neil.
birth? So if we know where females are giving birth, then maybe we can protect those areas a little bit more through the Marine Protected Areas concept globally and regionally here in the US even. What's really awesome about the Taiwan project is that whale sharks are fairly abundant in Taiwan coastal waters. We see that through the data. We see it with our own eyes, and now we're starting to tag animals with radioacoustic tags. We're going to be tracking them as we put out acoustic receivers to understand whether they're resident animals and swimming around the island, or whether they're just passing through once or twice and they're heading to other areas where they can be picked up by other acoustic array networks.
Taiwan has abundant and precious marine resources, and we also have the better research infrastructures. Georgia Aquarium has the most top-notch experts and expertise in this regard. So by working together, we can multiply the capability and the capacity for joint research. It is our goal to help ourselves and work with the international society to know more about the details about whale sharks' life.
We're hoping to reach a more accurate global population for whale sharks. We're trying to understand whether whale sharks are in significant decline due to changes with the oceans and overfishing and that sort of thing. We also need to figure out where whale sharks are giving birth and try to protect that aspect of their life cycle.
Our cooperation with Georgia Aquarium has been a long history, and it's quite productive.
Our relationship with the office here in Atlanta really started with whale sharks, and now we're growing that relationship and looking at other sorts of conservation projects that we can carry out in Taiwan and how we can connect the local office here with the aquarium and with folks back in Taiwan.
Taiwan's commitment to preserving its natural splendor goes beyond captivating beauty. In a landmark collaboration, Taiwan has teamed up with Atlanta's
feels like a
world-class
commercial.
Georgia
It's not
Aquarium
quite what I was looking
to
for
share
here.
a window into Taiwan's natural beauty for generations to come. Through research, education, and sustainability, we can together safeguard this delicate marine life, calling Taiwan home, while preserving our global habitat. We welcome you to Taiwan, where breathtaking landscapes meet the unwavering commitment to conservation. From rich cultural heritage...
Yeah, we get the idea. Just a minute here. One of the interesting things about whale sharks is that these are critters that they've got a fairly cosmopolitan distribution. And what I mean by that is they're all over the place. Let's find a range map for these guys here. There you go. So basically, in equatorial and subequatorial regions around the world, you get whale sharks. And so, I don't know if there are any particular international laws that protect them, but a lot of different countries will have laws protecting these critters, prohibiting their hunting, prohibiting people harassing them, trying to do whatever they can to keep these critters from declining in numbers or from going extinct. I think this might be the one that I saw earlier from India. There we go, for International Whale Shark Day.
There have never been more dinosaurs.
CXD DLX Bunny, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Happy International Whale Shark Day to
Yeah.
all of you. The Wildlife Trust of India has been working with whale sharks and the conservation of the western coast of India in the state of Gujarat with Tata Chemicals and Gujarat Forest Department since 2003. And I hope we can continue to save this gentle giant of the Indian seas for...
And a lesson fire, thank you. A lesson fire for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
very long time to come.
Tata Chemicals Limited has been associated with the Gujarat Whale Shark Conservation Program since the very beginning. We're very happy to be a part of this successful conservation effort since the
This
last
almost feels like a greenwashing kind of a thing, but anyway.
Successfully saved more than 785 individuals of this species. This has been possible only because of hard work of our field staff and local people, and obviously all the project partners. On the occasion of
Anywho, yeah. Kind of diminishing returns here. On a nice video to kind of wrap things up on here. Let's wrap it up with this.
It's the size of a whale, but it's actually the world's largest fish.
Strictly speaking, whales are fish. All mammals are, like we talked about, but yeah.
I'm Jonathan Bird, and
Anyway.
this is Shark Academy.
Jonathan Bird always does pretty good work.
Well, as shark experts, of course, you all know that sharks are fish. The whale shark is not only the world's largest shark, it's the world's largest fish. And it's called a whale shark because it's the size of a whale. It's not a whale, it's not related to whales. Whales breathe air, they're mammals, sharks are fish. So the whale shark is a fish the size of a whale.
Yeah.
The whale shark.
It gets a little bit more confusing when you start to actually talk about phylogenetic definitions of different like, you know, strictly speaking, mammals are sarcopterygian fishes. They are part of the lobe-finned fish group. All tetrapods are. Again, like we talked about earlier. For anybody just joining us right now, lobe-finned fishes. Right here. Lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. So strictly speaking, whales are a kind of lobe-finned fish. But I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm just trying to hammer home the point that a lot of these like labels that we try and put on different organisms turn out to not be super helpful in the grand scheme of things for actually figuring out how things are related to one another and how these different evolutionary groups have diverged. Anyway, yeah. And Coughlin says, you can never say that a whale shark is a whale in the same way that a tiger python is a tiger. Right, yeah. Here's a hint, actually, for anybody who might be a little confused about this. Generally, when there's a common name for an animal, not the scientific name, but a common name, you know, whale shark, or nurse shark, or tiger shark are 3 examples. The second part is the kind of critter it actually is. A nurse shark is not a nurse who looks like a shark. It's a shark that, I don't know why they're called nurse sharks, but yeah. A tiger shark is not a kind of tiger, it's a kind of shark. A whale shark is not a kind of whale, it's a kind of shark. Generally speaking, with common names, it's the second part that actually tells you what it is, and the first part is a descriptor. It's a, like, oh, it's like this thing. The first part describes a vibe, maybe. The second part actually describes what it is. Sorry, I should reverse those, because in the camera, from my perspective, left to right. Anyway. Tiger shark, nurse shark, whale shark, these are all sharks, you know? But that being said, whale sharks don't have anything to do with whales. They are not related to whales at all. I hope we're clear on that.
Is really big. We're talking, they reach 50
English adjective order. There you go.
That's the length
why did I?
of
Yeah.
school buses end to end. So this is a very, very large fish. How does it get so big? Well, it eats a lot, but you might be surprised what it eats. Whale sharks survive almost exclusively on plankton and small fish. A whale shark feeds by swimming through the water with its mouth wide open, scooping in vast quantities of water. The water goes into the back of the throat and it goes back out through the gills.
I go retro
On the gills are little combs called gill rakers, and they're filters. And what happens is the plankton gets stuck in the filters when the water goes through. And then every once in a while, the shark just closes its mouth and swallows all the plankton down. So the whale...
So another critter that does this, I'm surprised I forgot to talk about these guys. Another filter feeder that works in much the same way with gill rakers. Is a paddlefish. Check these guys out. So that's a paddlefish right there. They're these freshwater fishes that we have along the Missouri River and its tributaries here in North America. There was a species in China too, but they're now extinct, unfortunately. The Chinese paddlefish were driven into extinction. But these guys are filter feeders as well. And they see the gill rakers in there? So the water passes through their mouths and through that kind of filtering apparatus with the gill rakers. Yeah. And then we get basking sharks too. Paddlefish are not related to whale sharks. They're not sharks at all. They're a kind of bony fish. Paddlefish are more closely related to you and me than they are to, like, whale sharks. But basking sharks are a kind of shark. Check this out. That is a basking shark. It is a shark, but it's not particularly close to the whale sharks. They're from different sides of the shark family tree. basking sharks and whale sharks. But they've independently evolved a very similar strategy for feeding. These guys also feed on tiny little critters. Yeah. Pretty neat. Here, one more time. Check that out. And these guys can be found around the UK. And as far north as Scotland. They're doing that same thing where they're filter feeding. So these guys are more closely related to, like, white sharks and mako sharks and stuff like that. These are lamniform sharks. So, here. Basking sharks. Cedorhinus, the name means whale nose in Latin or Greek, or maybe both. There's basking sharks right there, Cedorhinus maximus. They're related to megamouth sharks, and crocodile sharks, and big-eye sand tiger sharks. Anyway, the basking shark is not closely related to the whale shark, as we've been talking about. Whale sharks are way over here. So similar lifestyle, but yeah, not closely related, even among sharks.
Shark is completely harmless to people. Even if a person went into its mouth, it wouldn't be able to swallow you because it only has a throat about this big. The throat is designed for swallowing small things, little fish, plankton, not people. Completely harmless to people.
Yep.
The only way a whale shark could hurt you is if someone dropped one on you, or maybe if it hit you with its tail. But I don't know anybody stupid enough to get hit with the tail of a whale shark. One of the most interesting characteristics of the whale shark is its skin pattern. It has sort of a polka-dotted, stripy pattern that almost looks like dominoes. In fact, in some countries, they're called the domino shark. Nobody's quite sure what this coloration pattern is for, but the best guess is that it helps with the dappling of light near the surface. It almost helps create a sort of camouflage on their back. But why would they need camouflage? Are they sneaking up on the plankton? Nobody really knows. So since the whale shark is so humongous, you would expect that it would have pretty large babies. Actually, it doesn't. The pups are born only about a foot long. Because they're so small, the female can give birth to over 300 pups at a time.
And the way that he says it implies that these are viviparous, that they actually give birth to live young rather than laying eggs.
A female whale shark can't produce babies until she's 30 years old. So it takes a long time for all those pups to grow up. So even though the whale shark has a lot of pups, they're still vulnerable to overfishing. If you want to learn more about whale sharks, check out the link below, my adventure filming whale sharks in Mexico. If you're on Facebook, Twitter, check out the links right here. Become a fan. We'd love to hear from you. And if you want to...
Anyway, yeah, good stuff. Happy International Whale Shark Day, everybody. I hope you learned something. Hope you had a good time. I hope you've got a newfound appreciation for these incredible filter-feeding sharks. And thanks for being here. Let's go ahead and wrap this up, shall we? I'll see everybody again on Monday. Put an Archaeopteryx under our credits here. Let's find somebody to raid. Don't go away yet. Let's see who else is on Twitch right now. Maybe Science Streams is on, perhaps? Yes, indeed. Excellent. Let's go continue our science for the evening. With Belent, and hopefully Lita will show up too. They are two active research scientists, just like me, well, more so than me. They publish in the scientific literature. They're active in their scientific field. They are both molecular and systems biologists. And if you've never seen Science Streams before, boy, are you in for a treat. It is New Species Friday. So new species, mosquito infrared vision, microplastics, spiders, starfish, and more. It's going to be cool. Anyway, thank you everybody for another fun stream today. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned something about whale sharks. I hope you're inspired to learn more. And I hope you've got an embiggened appreciation for the incredible history of life on Earth and all these amazing species that we share our planet with today. With that being said, you all have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support, for your viewership, for your moderating mods. Thank you everybody for all of it. Without further ado, I'll see you all later. Take care. See you on Monday.